We should be live. Let me just make sure on the YouTube. Big up everyone. And yeah, we're just
Big up, big up.
we have new software going on, so please be patient for tonight and we'll try to get through this the best that we can.
Yes, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I see the notification going out. I hope it's live. I can't see it because I'm on the phone, but thanks to everybody for coming out. We're trying to get everything set up. Yeah, you know, we using different software today. We using Google Meet, so it's the first time we're using it. So we're just working out a couple kinks, but we should be good. We're just trying to get we're just trying to get the reading up, right?
Yeah, and then the chat so you can see hopefully the YouTube chat. Let's see. Where's that? It should be here. Sources. YouTube chat pop out. Okay. Can you see the chat on the screen or no? No. Shit.
I can see it, but I mean, I
The
would have to go
YouTube
back and
chat
forth.
you can see?
I would have to
No,
go
it's
back
not.
and forth between YouTube. I would have to because now I can see the YouTube chat. Let me see.
All
Now
right.
once again.
Okay, so this is the.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I can see it. I can see the reading, and I can see myself. Yeah, but I just can't see it on my program. But I can see it if I'm on if I'm on YouTube if I'm on YouTube. You understand?
Hmm.
I can see when I'm on YouTube. I can see it. So I could see the reading on YouTube. I would just have to put it on YouTube, but it'll be a lag because okay, now I'm seeing you touching my screen.
Yeah, yeah, like I'm moving the thing around, but I'm trying to, because the YouTube chat is supposed to be here, and I'm trying to figure out where that went to.
Like, I can see the YouTube chat because I'm on YouTube. Like I'm
Yeah,
on
yeah.
YouTube. I'm on the YouTube
Oh,
app, but then
okay,
again,
all right.
it's gonna be slow. You know, it's gonna be a lag.
Yeah, but it's, I mean,
Better than nothing, right?
yeah.
I'm just gonna have to read along. I'm just gonna make sure I read along good because I'm gonna be looking at a difference. I'm gonna be because I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna be going back to the one thing so often. So I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through the thing. So okay, I'm gonna have to listen good and keep up with the reading good. Try to keep up with the reading because I'm gonna be able to see the screen.
Your mic is doing bits, whatever
Hello,
you're
can you hear me
doing.
now?
Yep, yep, yep. Okay, pop out chat. Maybe I just have to refresh it. So copy this YouTube chat. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now it should all be on the same screen.
Yeah, in my thing, I don't. It don't. In my Google Meet app, it just says I'm talking to you. That's all it say. But on the YouTube on the YouTube, I see everything. Yeah, I see everything. And I see everything on the YouTube. But I'm just reading the YouTube. I can just read the YouTube right now. You know, so
Mm.
because I'm on the YouTube. But see, because I don't see what the YouTube set sees when I'm on the Meet. You know, but I'm just gonna be looking at the
I
chat
wonder if I
and
could
everything.
present the thing through the meet, if that would work. Let me see. A tab, a window. So I would want to do a
And there's nobody here,
tab, which
there's
is the.
nobody in the chat. So I mean, we get because nobody's waiting for us to talk.
Is that like way too much going on?
No,
Like,
no, no. I'm just saying there's nobody waiting in the chat, so we could do what we want to do right now.
right, right. So, all right. So I'm presenting. Let me see. Maybe that way I can take off.
Okay, there we go. I see the presentation now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Now,
So I'm trying to, what would I present? Should I present the book or should I present because if I present the book, then I can get rid of that whole other tab in the background and just play this, like the meat screen.
yeah, and and we'll also be able to see the comments.
Yeah, because the comments are right here in this little box.
Yeah, but it'll still be hard for me to see the comments. I'm gonna still have to go back because it's so small. I'm gonna have to go back and go to the YouTube to see the comments because it's so small. Those comments,
Mm.
I can't read that. I mean I know the
Mm.
comments, but I can't read it because I know I don't want to make a comment. I put hey everybody, but I really can't read it.
Okay, yeah, I see. Alright, so that's the downfall then. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Just see how much of the text that they could read. See how big can we make the text of the book so that it's more about them. I mean, I could survive.
Hmm.
It's more about them that they might be able to zoom in and see what the book is actually saying in its own writing. Sometimes that's the main reason why you want to share the screen. It's for so they can read the book.
Yeah, so see, the book could be like most of the screen like this, because we don't really need us there that much, right? We
No,
don't
we don't
really
need us
need
there at
us
all. Really,
there. Yeah.
we don't need us there at all. We don't need us
Okay,
there.
so I could put that
Yeah.
above. So let me
Yeah.
see. So put the book above, and then there's the YouTube chat. So
And we don't even need
this
to.
up here.
Is there another way you can see YouTube on another screen? Can you see it on another screen?
I mean, I can see it on my OBS screen.
Yeah, just
Like,
do that. Just take out the YouTube thing, and I'm gonna look at it on my YouTube app. I'm gonna do the same thing.
okay, cool. Fuck it.
You
All
understand
right.
what I'm saying?
Yep. Sorry. Yeah.
Put maximum screen to the text in the book.
There we go.
Like maximize what they could see of the text in the book. Like take everything out and just maximize what they could see of the book here.
Let's see how that looks. All right. So there's just the book then. Like,
Yeah, just the book, just the book.
all right, cool.
Yeah, just the book.
Now, do you remember where we were?
You remember did you make a marking, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me try to see.
You made a yellow marking. Hey, hi, Machina. Hi, Doctor Machina. Thanks,
Hello. Thanks for
thanks,
coming through.
thanks for coming through. Yeah, she's a very smart lady. Matter of fact, she just got a PhD last spring.
Nice, nice. Big up.
She's
Nice
got
to
a
see the
PhD last.
women doing big things. Do you
Yeah,
think?
she got her PhD, and
Mm.
and her the subject one of her subject interests where I've known her to interact with the nons set of people and like with critical African thinkers other YouTube that non he basically helps orchestrate from behind the scenes too and he but the guy is the African guy who hosts it but anyway she comes on and her topic of interest is racelessness. Raceless.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what the I know it's controversial, but yeah, but she explains it very very well. Even me, I have my reservations about it, but she explains it
Mm-hmm.
well, and she's really worth listening to, you know. So everybody check out Dr. Sheena Mason
That's
on the chat.
dope. Racelessness. Yeah.
Yeah, racelessness. Yep.
Yeah. See,
Like, and
maybe
she
it.
articulates it like she has like a rich discourse about racistness.
Wow. Well, I mean, if you ever would like to come and discuss it one day, you're more than welcome. And
We
I
love
think
it.
it's a very interesting topic that,
I'll come listen with you. Yep.
yeah, that would be great to discuss because that's a really, really cool concept. Um, okay.
Okay, so wait.
Let me. All
In
right. So
other
yeah,
words,
I
as a
got it.
slide.
Yeah, I got it all set up. I was actually gonna just share out the YouTube. Share out the YouTube, guys. Get some more people in here. We're trying to do
Yeah,
something
I put it on the
productive.
Discord.
We're trying to do something positive and a little educational, um, something different than, all the drama and smack talking. It's
Yep,
nice. Try to be better people and try to come to some ethical humanitarian common ground,
yep,
right?
yep. Ethical humanitarian discourse. Ethical humanitarian discourse. Yep.
That's the way to do it. And yeah, let me see. Self promo channels. Whose server's got a
Okay.
self
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
promo?
Okay. Hey. I want to share some comments. I have this guy, right?
Yeah.
Before we started, I have this guy named Data. I think he was in the other thing before too. He used another name on YouTube, but his name in the in Discord word is Data, and he be critiquing my performance on our show, and let me give you what he be having to say about me, right?
Oh,
Okay,
wow. Okay.
I would see like one. Okay, like for example, he said, "Oh my God, I went through your tapes with Jen. He mistaken her name for Julian, but he means Jen. I went through your other tapes. Your other tapes with Jen. It's shocking. You can't lecture on a book you don't understand. Rascal. He called me rascal. Rascal. IMO. What does IMO mean? IMO mean?
In my opinion, in
Okay, in
my
my opinion.
opinion,
Okay, in
you're a
my opinion,
rascal.
yeah, in my opinion, you are not you're not presently capable or willing to understand the book. It's not a crime. I'm certainly not calling you dumb. I'm cer- I certainly am saying you're a dogma colors. Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Wait, hold on, wait. He said, your your dogma. I certainly am saying your dogma colors your understanding and ability, even willingness to understand the book or a non-theistic religion. And he says, you say there is a glorious creator, you believe there is, so you therefore see or experience as real that dogmatic assertion. Does the creator make every snowflake? Most aren't really that great. I mean, I don't know about that. If you look at it, if you go to microscopic see of a snowflake, the snowflakes are spectacular. And God does, and why can't God create every snowflake? I don't understand what he's trying to say, but he's trying to like God create every snowflake. That's not a good. That's not a good rationale against creator worship. And he says, you know, there's no glorious creator doing that. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely believe there's a glorious creator doing all that. Snowflakes are impersonal, spontaneous, and natural, and not created. I'm like, nope. That you could say that because if you don't believe in the creator God, that's your business. But
Mm.
that's his critique, and he has a lot more critique. I'm gonna send you some more of you guys. Just to illustrate some points. If he has a points, let's see if he has points or not. And he did take time to watch all the videos. So
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, the fact that I don't know if you watched all that. He said I went back through your tapes. He watched some of them. You know what I'm saying? He
Okay.
said he went back through the tape. He watched something of our old tape. So if you're gonna spend your time listening to us, you know what I'm saying? I can at least respond to you. You know what I'm saying? I can at least
Mm.
respond to you just because you spend your time. You spent your, you didn't have to be here, but you're here and you give me comments. So I'm gonna read your comments and I'm address you. Okay. You'll have to admit that was so funny. Listen, you turn up. Listen, you turn the simple arrow metaphor, which school children understand, into something difficult, twisted metaphor. So silly, so priceless. You remember the arrow thing? And I'm gonna tell you what I thought about when he keeps going on me on the arrow situation. I'm like this. You could say what you want, right? But I'm gonna be honest. If I got shot with an arrow, before anything, before I want to know who shot me or how to get fixed the arrow, how to get help, or how to seek a doctor, the first thing I'm gonna say before all that, I'm gonna say, "Oh my God." I'm
Mm.
gonna say that. That's authentic. So you can't. So if you're from a theocentric perspective, though that type of story, like the arrow story, it don't hit the same way it hit for somebody. who's not theocentric, somebody who's non theistic, it might just hit different for them. But some theistic, the first thing they're gonna say is, "Oh my God!" So you're saying that? So you're telling me that's a reason why you shouldn't be focused on God and His essence, or there's a creator or not? It doesn't really work for a theocentric person because the first thing they do when they get shot is gonna say, "Oh my God," or say, "Oh God." So that's why I'm gonna be like, before anything happens, first I'm gonna say, "Oh my God." You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call on God the first thing before I even know what, because that's the only way I get my bearings corrected. You know what I'm saying? You can say, "Oh my God," just to get your bearings. You know?
So before, all right. So when you get shot, you're saying you would say, "Oh my God," so therefore you would worry about.
Yeah, because we seek refuge in God. God is still. Why wouldn't our consciousness be centered on God? And the first thing we say is, "Oh my God." So we're trying to say we're calling on God to get bearings. The first thing we do is throw up a prayer. When something like that happens, the first thing you do is throw up a prayer. How small it is. Even you say, "Oh my God," that's a prayer,
Hmm. All
and it's
right.
what we call
I
dua.
mean,
Yeah.
I guess I
So
understand what you're saying, but I think the whole point of the analogy is um
yeah, it's one thing, right? But it's one thing to say that means you should not be theocentric. It doesn't mean that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that is that if somebody really says, "Oh my God," first, right? And if
Mhm.
somebody tells you about the story, if you try to use it to say that's why you shouldn't put God first, it doesn't work for somebody who the first thing they do is say, "Oh my God." It don't hit the same because we say, "Oh my God," regardless. So we like it. That's like a no point of us if whether we want to find out who shot the thing or who how to get help first. Because the first thing we say is, "Oh my God." So no matter what, it doesn't negate or calling on God and our God reliance. It doesn't really negate that or really affect that or stop that or anything like that. That's still always the first thing.
Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's great. You working it, Jen. You working it, Jen.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I see what I'm sharing. I'm like, okay, so if I do that there, so that's good for you, right? On your end?
Yeah. That was great for me. That was great for me. It's great. I'm gonna think. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I can see this perfectly now. That's beautiful. That
Awesome.
works perfectly. The only thing I can't see is the comments. I'll have to go back and forth in the comments, but that's perfect.
Okay, cool,
Yeah, I
cool.
can go back. I'll just stop every so often, just check on comments and stuff like that.
To avoid mirroring, don't share your entire screen or browser window. Just share a tab or different window instead. All right, but no, but that browser is okay to share because that's only the book in the Microsoft browser. Okay, so that's good. Um, the YouTube one is on a whole different window, so that's good. And okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah.
But yeah,
Let me
I
see.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's yeah, I think it's different to the analogy, but I hear you.
Yeah, because I'm like this. I'm like. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I hear the point he's trying to make. You would try to get you first, but I don't understand. It says how that takes away God because if the first thing you say in before that you're gonna say, "Oh my God," you still have you still are relying on God to get your bearings. Like, I
Well,
rely on God to get my bearings.
it's not about denying God. It's about that's like it's I don't think that's what the analogy was meant to was given to do. Like the analogy was given to like people worry about labeling and personalizing, the
But
essence
if
or
you
the
say, "Oh my
oneness.
God," I mean, if it's something personal to you, the first thing I'm telling myself, right, when something terrible happens to me is, "Oh my God." Isn't that something like already like internally
Yeah,
personal?
for you, but like if I get shot with an arrow, my first thing might be Fuck.
Oh, that's you though. Yeah, but some
Yeah, or
people it's different. Yeah.
shit. Like I'm
So
like what the
okay,
f?
okay, that's fine, right? That's good, right? That's good, right? But what does that mean? That mean that's the point I'm trying to make. You can't really blame somebody from a theocentric standpoint, why that passion don't really hit with them, because it just hit two different, it hit different with two different mentalities. You have a
Yeah,
theocentric
of
mindset,
course.
and if you have a non, no, but he's trying to say that, oh, even a kid, I'm trying to be obtuse, I'm just trying to I'm just not trying to understand. No, it's not that. It just don't resonate for me the way it resonates for you, because the first thing I'm gonna say is, oh my God.
Right, right. And that's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but
No, no, no. I just want to respond to his comments, because he took the time to actually listen to me. So I'm gonna respond to your comments, because you
yeah, big up.
didn't have to
That's
take time to
good.
listen to me, but you did. So I'm a respond to your comment. If I don't agree, even if I don't agree with your approach, I'm gonna still respond to it, because I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate you giving me feedback.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, for real. Thank you for that.
And yeah, okay. One other thing before we start, yeah, because he's one of the people. Him and Anan are one of the people who kind of always are trying to make me try to look at Buddhism in the dharmic light, but basically trying to tie it to Sanatana, and that's one thing. I mean, I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna get back to it later, maybe after the series. But one thing I do wanna dig down is I want to dig. I want to put the pieces together on a couple concepts. One is Dharma, right?
Hmm.
What is Sanatana? One is Hindu. One is Brahmin or Brahmanism, right? And then Buddhism, because I think really, if you were to say that the Hinduism is really Brahmanism. That's what the Buddhists didn't like. Yeah, okay. He could so I could say I could say it's not Brahmin Hinduism, but I could say it's still earlier, because they were trying to make it seem like, oh, it's earlier Sanatana Dana just open, it's not even theistic or nothing. So basically it's like Buddha rejected Brahmanism or Brahmanism or whatever. I'm trying to get, I don't know the exactly how exactly how to articulate it, but that realm, right?
Hmm.
That plane of creator God and oh God, because he's supposed to be Brahman and Brahma, because Brahma's supposed to be the matter behind it, and then Brahmins was created because the masculine and the feminine is like a yin yang type of thing. But whatever, that whole level, he might have rejected that 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 dualistic God, but he could still be said, it might be able to still be said he's part of Sanatana Dharma, if you look at Sanatana Dharma as just the way of the saints, or just the ancient, original Dharma. Because they look at it just Sanatana as the original Dharma. That's what everything really is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm trying to put those pieces together. So that's one thing. And the reason I'm bringing it up, because I told you it's an educational piece, and that's part of my education in Buddhism, is tied into Dharmic religions, because I mean this is the first time I did a dive into Dharmic religions, and I'm seeing the connection. So part of my education
Mhm.
too is trying to see what is the Dharmic and what is not. You know what I'm saying? Or what is the roots of Dharma? What is the roots of Dharma? You know?
So, like, if the Dharma, like, is generally like symbolized as a wheel, right? Like as a wheel with spokes. Most spokes have eight, like the Buddhist wheel typically has eight to represent the eightfold path. But if you think about it, like Dharma could be kind of, it's like a wheel with different spokes. You know what I'm saying? So like one spoke is the Vedas, and one spoke is the Brahmins, and one spoke is the other. There's so many different types of Hindus. You know what I'm saying? There's Shivites, and there's Vish Vi- Vi- ah, I don't even know how to say it, but like there's many different, you could say, denominations, right? Or believe there's Hari Krishna, like that's a spoke on the wheel. um so it, to a Hindu, like I would imagine that Buddhism would be a spoke on that same wheel. You know
Yes,
what
yeah,
I'm saying?
exactly. Yep, yep.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, I get that, and I guess Sikhi would be under there as well. Sikhi.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
look, the original Dharma, right?
Mhm.
It's not a Dharma in Hinduism, according to Hindu view, and according, these are Hindus trying to convince me that before Hinduism, because Hinduism you could say is like the Brahmanism, right? Right? But before, but
Yeah, it's a label used today, but they probably wouldn't have labeled them Hindus. There were no
it'd be
Hindus
Brahmanism. But
in
but
the.
he no. Yeah, no, but they're trying to say it comes from something even.
in the
It's something
time of
even
the Buddha.
earlier. It's
Yeah.
something even more original, and that's the Sanatana Dharma, right? And Sanatana
Mm-hmm.
meaning, look, Sanatana, right? The term to denote the eternal or absolute set of duties. See, that's Sanatana, eternal, and it's also the root word of where we get saints from, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they have the same Indo-European language, right? They're related, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it says, okay, the term is used to denote the eternal or absolute set of duties or religiously ordained practices incumbent upon all Hindus, regardless of class, caste, or sex. So they trying to say that these things were coming upon Hindus before. Like Hinduism is a subset of Sanatana Dharma, but Sanatana Dharma is bigger than Buddhism. I mean, it's bigger than Hinduism. And they're trying to say that different texts and give different lists of duties, giving lists of duties, but in general, Sanatana Dharma consists of virtues such as honesty, refraining from injuring living beings, purity, goodwill, mercy, patience, forbearance, self-restraint, generosity, and asceticism. So if you look at that, and they're trying to tell me that Buddha himself claimed to be part of Sanatana Dharma, and they're telling me that the Dalai Lama himself is still to this day claiming that Buddhism is Sanatana Dharma, right? Uh, uh,
Mm-hmm.
can it be said that it's Sanatana Dharma, but it's not necessarily Hinduism? Like Buddhism is not Hinduism, but can it still be Sanatana Dharma? Because Sanatana Dharma is to do what is eternal Dharma that consists of virtues such as honesty, failing from injuring living beings, purity, goodwill, mercy, patience, forbearance, self-restraint, generosity, and asceticism. That sounds like Buddhism.
Mm. I mean, it could be, but then again, like I don't know the Hindu kind of look, you know? So, I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's anybody who's like answered the question here. Uh, so some Buddhist accounts suggest that the name Sanatana Dharma was originally used by the Buddha to denote the eternal nature of his teachings or the knowledge that would lead to nirvana and the cessation of suffering. So this is a Hindu Hindu website. That sounds really generic. Uh,
No, but that's basically what they're saying. It is
yeah,
generic.
yeah.
But I'm trying to say it. Santana Donna is supposed to be the generic Dharma. But the reason I want to know the generic Dharma, because I want to know where Dharma originates, and you want to know where Dharma originates, I'm gonna say the original Dharma will be Sanatana if to the best of what I know at this point. I don't know this topic that much, but the best of what I know at this point, though, I would say Sanatana Dharma is the original Dharma. But it's not necessarily all Hinduism. It's Sanatana Dharma. I think what we call
It would
Hinduism
have
now is
been
basically
the.
Brahmanism,
Mm.
right? But the Sanatana Dharma is earlier. I'm trying to find the early Indo-European roots, like what the earliest people did, that everything evolved out of. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well,
I'm
that
trying to
would
think
be
like that.
the Rig Vedas and the like that. Those would be the original scripts.
And that's Sanatana Dharma, the Vedic, right?
Well,
The
I
Vedic
mean,
tradition is original
they're
because you first you have the Vedic and then you have the Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishads come after that, right? But first the Vedic, right?
oldest Vedas are the Rig Vedas are the oldest ones. So like the Rig Vedas are, you could say, like, yeah, and then the Upanishads are Dharma Veda. Um, See, again, I don't know a whole lot about these scriptures. Like I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
familiar with
yeah.
them at
Nah,
all.
nah, nah, nah.
Um,
It's only about the. Nah, see, it's just a philosophical thing I want to understand. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a philosophical thing I want to understand. If they have a point, can it be considered Sanatana Dharma? And what is Sanatana Dharma?
but
Maybe the
that's what I'm
person.
saying. So yeah, to them, yeah, absolutely. Like
But why?
I'm not saying their point's not valid. Like I believe that their point is valid because all of these traditions are like deeply entangled within each other.
yeah, and and he's saying the Dalai Lama even admits. What I'm trying to say is that why would Buddhists even want to resist anyway being Sanatana Brahma? What is the thing that Buddhists don't want, or what is the thing that's making them not just wholeheartedly take the jacket of Sanatana Dharma?
because then people would say that they're Hindus.
But what if Sanatana Dharma? Well, yeah, but a lot of people don't know. Like they could fight for and claim it like we're the real Sanatana Dharma or we're the real. Cause that's what he's trying to. They're trying to tell me
They
that Buddha
are.
even claimed that Buddha even claimed that he came to perfect Sanatana Dharma. So that means Buddha said that we are the real Sanatana. So basically,
But
the
see,
Buddha
this is
should
what
say
I'm saying. I would have to see that from our scriptures.
yes.
Like, I want
That's
that
you're
from
right.
our scriptures. Like, if they have it in their scriptures, that's cool. Like, I'm
No, no,
cool
no,
with that.
no. You're right. You're right. You're right. And that's the
Yeah.
point I'm trying to make. I want to see from I'm gonna try to look for it eventually in the Buddhist scripture if he ever said that because I want to see because yeah you're right that makes a big difference. That's what I always say. That's what I want to find out if you really said it or not because that's a big thing they're trying to say because if he said that then Buddhists I would think Buddhists would have to own up to being part of Sanatana Dharma but even if he didn't say it is there still a connection but what will stamp it will be the Buddha said it himself. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
That's the
so
only way you can
maybe
really stamp it.
this okay, so India Tibet connection on Sanatana Dharma, yeah? So this is written by I don't know how to say this name. Some guy on this website.
Okay, wait. I'm
Okay.
gonna tell you. Hey, go back to the name.
Bhagav
But wait.
Bhavana
Hey, I'm
Jagat.
gonna say. Let me say. Hold on. Wait. Ba Bhavana Jagat. Bhavan.
Bhavana Bhavana Jagat.
Yeah, Bhavana Jagat. Okay.
Okay. So it says,
Yeah, go back. Yeah.
in my analysis, India and Tibet are connected with each other because of the practices associated with the Sanatana Dharma, even long before the birth of Gautama Buddha. Sanatana Dharma in Hinduism, term used to denote the eternal or absolute set of duties or religiously ordained practices incumbent upon all Hindus, regardless of class, caste, or sect. Different texts give different lists of the duties, but in general, Sanatana Dharma consists of virtues such as honesty, remaining or refraining from injuring living beings, purity, goodwill, mercy, patience, forbearance, self-restraint, generosity, and asceticism. Is this what you were reading before? Sanatana
Yeah,
Dharma
yeah.
is contrasted with Svadharma, one's own duty or particular duties enjoined upon an individual according to his or her class or caste or stage of life.
Yeah. See. That's the thing. See, the second part is what most the salva the how you say that the salvadammer the salvadammer
Mm,
is like there's different salvadammers like Hinduism as a whole is a Dharma, like the Brahmanism is a Dharma, but everything is all under Sanatana Dharma, but the Dharma is an extra. So basically, the Buddhism will be like a type of Dharma, but special to Buddhists. But
mm.
it'll still be Sanatana Dharma.
Okay,
I
so the
appreciate it.
potential for conflict between the two types of dharma, for example, between the particular duties of a warrior and the general injunction to practice non injury, is addressed in Hindu texts such as the Bhagavad Gita, where it is said that in each such cases, Swadharma must prevail.
Exactly. See, and that's exactly what I was getting at. Exactly. So Hinduism is a type of Dharma, but it's still within Sanatana Dharma.
Hmm.
Okay, keep reading. Yeah. Now the term.
The term has also more recently been used by Hindu leaders, reformers, and nationalists to refer to Hinduism as a unified world religion.
Yep.
Sanatana
Yep.
Dharma has thus become a synonym for eternal truth and teachings of Hinduism, the latter conceived of as not only transcendent of history and unchanging, but also as indivisible and ultimately non sectarian. Okay.
Exactly. You understand?
Okay,
So
yeah, yeah.
the way they look at it, they look at it as Hindu, and they're saying that the Dalai Lama, all of them agree to it. They're saying that if you want to look at it, yes, Hinduism is a Sav Dharma, but Hinduism is under Sanatana Dharma, and so would and Buddhism would also be under Sanatana Dharma. That's what they're trying to tell me. They're both Sanatana Dharmas. They're both a reflection of the eternal truth. It's just that there's different paths to Sanatana Dharma.
Mm. Okay. Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama on Thursday said that he is a son of India both physically and mentally. Speaking at Silver Lecture Series function at Mumbai's Guru Nanak College of Arts, Science and Commerce, the Dalai Lama said media from China and America asked what makes me a son of India. Answered that my brain is filled with the thoughts of Nalanda and this physical body survived on India's dal, chapati, and dosa both physically and mentally. I'm from this country. That's how I'm a son of India. He said that according to Tibetan religion, all human beings are created by God. Today we
Wow. See, so Tibetan religion. So I don't know what Tibetan religion. So he's trying to say that it's a mixture of Tibetan religion and Buddhism. Is like a synchronism going
well
on, like a
no
synchronism.
before Buddhism went to Tibet, they were doing what was the name of their religion?
Yeah, but they still kind of have synchronism. This Dalai Lama still talking about it, right?
Bone. Okay, they were
Hey, listen what I'm saying, right? If the Dalai
yeah,
Lama
yeah.
still talking about it, that means there must be. I mean, that right there gives an indication or suspicion, at least, of synchronism going on.
Well, yeah, because they were
Do
all
do do you know what I mean, do you know what I mean by synchronism?
well, yeah, like it said in the beginning of the thing, religion in this area was heavily dharmic.
You're not
So
getting what I'm
yeah,
saying. Well, yeah, I'm trying to say there's a synchronism going on.
what do you
Do you
mean?
know what I mean by synchronism? When
Yeah, I know what
syncretic.
you yeah, I know what that means, but what is synchronizing? Like what
Because why is the Buddha? Why is the Dalai Lama referring to Tibetan religion? And he's a Buddhist leader of Vajrayana Buddhism. That means
Okay,
there might
so
be some
because
syncretism.
this is what I'm trying to tell you because before Buddhism got to Tibet, they were practicing Bon.
Okay, but why are they still referring to it to this day?
Because I'm sure that there's non-Buddhists in Tibet that's still practicing Bon.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not purely, unless it's syncretics. I think that's and I'm saying the ones who are doing it is syncretic. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying everybody still. I think the Dalai Lama is still practicing bones syncretically with Buddhism.
Yeah, I'm sure that Buddhism had picked up a lot of cultural things from this
That's what I'm
as it
saying.
moved to Tibet.
I'm
Of
saying
course it
Tibetan
did.
Buddhism. Yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm calling syncretism.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
calling.
see,
That's what I'm
that's not. There's
calling.
nothing wrong. I mean,
I
that's
didn't say nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that's what it is.
yeah, yeah,
I'm just giving commentary on how I'm reading the situation.
yeah, yeah. No, and of course that's where. Remember, I was trying to explain like as Buddhism moved north and east, like it picked up cultural aspects of the religions there before. So like as it went into China, it picked up a lot of Taoist and Confucianist shin or the as it went to Japan it picked up Shinto, like their type of thing, their Taoism, their type of thing. As it went to Tibet it picked up Bon. Yeah, of course. And as it stayed in India, it stayed and incorporated a lot of Hinduism. I guess you could say, right? So this
Okay,
is
okay.
right. So yeah, of course it's going to have huge cultural like
No, it might be more than culture. It might be okay. Okay, go back to what the Dalai Lama was reading. Let's go back to what Dalai Lama was reading and watch. 'Cause I'm trying to see if it comes out. If the how much syncretism is going to come out of this of what he's saying. That's what I'm trying to see. If there's more syncretism coming out, so it
okay,
illustrate the thing I'm suspecting.
sure. So today he says, today we have created a lot of problems on our own, including greed and exploitation. He said, the 83-year-old also asserted that everyone's rights and desires should be respected. The Tibetan spiritual leader, who was on a 3-day visit to the city, is expected to address. Okay, well, it's, students. Thing.
Hey, and that's the point I'm trying to make. See, before you read that part, right? That's what he said is what? He said in Tibetan religion, we believe that all people, all what are creatures are created by God. What he said in Tibetan religion, all human beings are created by God. See, so he's theological. So he's in the Tibetan Buddhism, the bond of belief in God is still there. That's a theological Buddhist. He's saying that all people are created by God. That's theological.
He's saying that
Yes,
they believed that
I know,
before.
but he still no. He's not saying that he did that before.
But
He's
the
trying to.
thing is like
That's not the context.
when he
That's not
talks
the
to
context of what he's
Muslims,
saying.
he will talk as if God and Allah and the Prophet peace be upon him are true. When he talks to Christians, he will say, "God bless you." You know what I'm saying? So like he doesn't deny the gods of other traditions by any means.
No, but he's saying in the Tibetan religion. Why would he bring up the Tibetan religion if there's not syncretism going on?
Because he's not going to deny their God. Like he's not going to deny your God or he's not going to deny anyone else's God. He's just doing the same thing. He's not going to deny the Hindu gods either. He's not going to deny any of them.
But why? But why is he making a point of saying that? Nobody asked him about God. He's making a point of saying that. Why is he making a point of saying in Tibetan religion, God created all human beings, or all human beings are created by God? If that's the case, why you can go out and deny? But why is he asserting? Why is he asserting God? He's not. That's not a denial. That's an assertion of God.
Okay, I don't
I'm figuring out why is he
know.
asserting God? Why is the Dalai Lama asserting God?
Why? Like I don't know. What do
And
you want
Buddhism is
him to
supposed to be
do?
none.
Like that's what he's
Nothing.
saying.
I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you the theological absorptions into Buddhism. Into a form of Buddhism in terms we could say at least in Vajrayana as per the admission of the Dalai Lama and his assertion that all human beings are created by God.
Okay. So this is something else that he said, right? If you believe in a creator God and that all beings are created by that God, so all of us are brothers and sisters created by him, how can you then kill each other? It's unthinkable.
Yes.
So he didn't assert God there.
Yeah, but he didn't deny it, but he did assert it. Like why would he ever assert God if
I
there's
don't
no theology? That
understand.
means some theology creeped in. Either there's always been theology in Buddhism, or some theology creeped in from Bon or whatever and made him assert God in Vajrayana.
I don't think they assert God. They don't worship any God. They don't.
And but they assert his existence. He asserted. I mean,
Yeah, he acknowledges that other
he made
people believe in it.
no.
Absolutely.
He made an assertion of God existing to the science Tibetan religion,
He said that according to Tibetan religion, all
and
human beings are created by God.
he's the head of Tibetan religion. He's the head of
He's
Tibetan
the head
Buddhism.
of one school of Tibetan Buddhism.
Yes, but what other religion they doing in Tibet right now except Tibetan Buddhism?
Okay.
And what is their structure?
I don't know. I just don't see that. I don't understand the, like, okay, so the main religion in Tibet has been Buddhism since its outspread in 8th century AD. The historical region of Tibet, the areas inhabited by ethnic Tibetans, is nowadays mostly comprised as by the Tibet Autonomous Region of China, partly by the provinces of Qinghai and Sichuan. Before the arrival of Buddhism, the main religion among Tibetans was an indigenous shamanic and animistic religion, Bon, which now comprises a sizable minority and which would later influence the formation of Tibetan Buddhism.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm saying this. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying syncretism is going on in Tibetan Buddhism.
Yeah, of course. It's going on in Chinese Buddhism, Japanese Buddhism,
That's what
and
I said. That's
Indian
what I said from the
Buddhism as
get go.
well.
That's what I said.
I said the same
But I'm
thing
saying
from the
that's why he's a
start.
certain God.
Like
I'm
it,
saying he's a certain God because of syncretic tendency within Tibetan Buddhism. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to say the way he's talking, it must be a syncretic influence coming from Bon coming into Tibetan Buddhism. That's why he's a certain God.
but to me, he didn't assert God though.
He
This
did
is what I'm
assert God.
saying.
He
No,
did
he
assert
didn't.
God.
No, he
He asserted
didn't.
God. He said Tibetan
If I said
religion.
according to Mr. Hindu, all creations are coming from God.
Why would you go say that? Why would you make a point of talking?
Did I assert God?
Why would you make a point if you're not a certain God? Why would you say that? Look, the only reason why you thought about that because I'm saying this is an assertion of God and I'm proving that's the case.
So if I
And
said
now,
according to all Muslims, every being was created by God. Am I saying that's what I believe?
why would you say that? Why nobody even asked about that? Why would you bring that up?
Because the Hindu guy and whatever the story he's trying to make
No,
about it felt the need to put it in there. I don't know. Like
no. You stretching everything. You stretching.
I don't know. I felt like
You stretching.
I don't
You
understand
stretching.
like the
You stretching. Hey, shout out Johnny John and shout out Dr. Mengele.
yeah, big up everyone in the chat. I haven't looked at it. Like,
And big up AUM. And said Gen 1 is very interesting series. At the end of this, you are going to do a summary of what the different similarities are using your own PDF slides. I don't know if she's gonna do all that. Hey, these, they want you to make your own PDF now, Jen. You hear them?
yeah,
And
I don't know about that.
said
Like
Gen
that's a
1. Yeah, I
that's
ain't
a
about to.
lot.
I mean, we're probably gonna do a roundup episode in the end. Probably gonna do a roundup maybe, but yeah, we might do a roundup panel. But we're not. I ain't about to. I don't. I know. I ain't about to make no slides. I ain't about to do any of this. I ain't about to. I mean, we just go there to listen to what we said
A
right here.
summary of what the differences and similarities are using your own PDF slides. Check Ball Willie video says the most killings are done by Christianity, then atheism, then Hinduism, then Buddhism, and yeah, whatever. Um,
Mhm.
Pick up Johnny John. Yeah, yeah. All right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Of course, yes, it all picked up cultural, um, it all picked up cultural aspects. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
that's
That's
what
what I'm
I'm
trying to.
saying. I don't know. Like, he will go to a Sikh temple and make a pilgrimage at the Golden Temple and honor Waheguru. Like, so I don't get it.
All
Like,
set up to the Darber, and they might all have a theology underneath it all. Underneath it all.
okay,
Or lack
finally
of
at the end
theology,
of his
or lack
talk,
of theology, because he also said Sanatan Dharma originally. They also trying to tell me Sanatan Dharma originally also in its most original sense is non-theistic, and sometimes they might even say atheistic. So it all depends. Sanatan Dharma can mean a lot of things. I mean, if you they trying to say all the way if you go all the way back to the end of it, Sanatan Dharma is not theistic in the way Buddhism is. Buddhism is just a form of Sanatana Dharma. That's another argument that people are trying to convince me of.
I think it stems from it, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it itself to say whether it is or not the same exact thing. So I don't know. But here's a question that he answered where somebody asked him. So it says, a man asked, I understand Buddhism does not believe in God. What is your opinion about God? Does God exist or not? His Holiness laughed, grabbed the hands of the two spiritual leaders at each side of him, lifted them in the air, fixed his gaze on the audience, and said emphatically, God exists or does not exist? Leave it for us. Your task is to learn how to live peacefully. So I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
but sometimes it does. It might sneak out. It might sneak out, and not only that, that's only one thing. That's still, but and they're still trying to tell me that even if you want to go all the way back, sometimes the Dharma is non-theistic as well. Somebody even argue that is arguably atheist. That's what they're trying to tell me. That is non-theistic. If you want to go all the way back, it doesn't necessarily. It's like the similar thing that's going on, and and they're trying to say it's not that it's similar. It comes from the same thing that Hinduism and the Buddhism really just is a form of Sanatana Dharma.
Okay. That might be. Hmm.
That's what the that's what some people are trying to convince me at. So it's just an interesting thing because I mean, is this is something that I never thought of in my whole life until right now. Um I never really had this level of inquiry into the
Hmm.
Dharmic religion. I never had this level of inquiry into Dharmic religions before. So yeah, so that's what I'm learning all these
It's
things now.
very different from Abrahamic religions because, like, in the Abrahamic religions, you could never say stuff like this and be okay with it. Like, if you say, well, Islam is just Judaism, right? Like, y'all are the same thing as Jews. Like,
I
that's,
mean,
that's
okay,
the,
no, we do say that. We do say the same thing. Because look, put like this, right? It's like this, right? Pretend Sanatana Dharma, pretend Judaism is Hinduism, right? And
yeah,
Sanatana Dharma is Abrahamism, right? We do the same thing.
yeah.
We're trying to say we admit that we're Abrahamic, and that Judaism is
Right,
also an
but you
Abrahamic
won't
religion.
admit that you're Christians. But Christians are Abrahamic as well.
No, but we say we Abrahamic. So look, you're messing up the analogy, right? The real analogy or the real similitude is this. Okay, Abrahamic is the son of Tana, as Brahmic is to as Brahmanism is to or Hinduism is to Judaism. They're trying to say Hinduism is a form of Sanatana. Like for example, if we were to say Judaism is a form of Abrahamism, that's not going to be wrong in Islam. And if we were to say Islam is a form of Abrahamism, that's not going to be wrong in Islam neither. They're both Abrahamic religions, and we recognize them as such.
Hmm.
That's why I give them status people of the book. So we actually do that.
Yeah,
He's
so
trying to
these are
say the
all
same thing.
dharmic religions. They're all dharmic
Yeah,
religions.
yes, but all we trying to say all Dharma religions are Sanatana Dharma. They say Sanatana Dharma is the original eternal Dharma, and everything else comes from the original eternal Dharma. The same way we would say they come from the Abraham, or even before that the Hanif, the all Hanif religion.
Okay.
People call them. Yeah, we say the same thing.
So, like, if they believe that, then I mean, I'm cool with that. Like, because technically that would mean everything, all religions are Sanatana Dharma.
They might say that. Yes, Sanatana Dharma people will say that. And
Yeah, so, I mean, what could you really say to that? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I don't know.
That's
Think about it. Like,
that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
yeah.
Or all dharmic religions are at least all dharmic religions are maybe non-dharmic religions might be outcast religions, but all dharmic religions are.
Okay.
They say to have dharma you must have sanatana.
Maybe to them, yeah.
Like that's
Maybe
the
to
root of it.
them.
That's the root of it. And that's the eternal. That was the first. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, yeah, so and we say that about the Abraham. That's why we have the term Abrahamic. Abrahamic is just like saying Sanatana.
Hmm.
That's what they're trying to say. Abrahamic is just like saying Sanatana. Like they could be monotheisms that are not even Sanatana, are not even Abrahamic, but Abrahamic is a certain type of monotheism that comes from Abraham, and is more than one religion is Abrahamic because both Islam and Judaism are Abrahamic.
Right.
So they're trying to say both. Hinduism and Buddhism is Sanatana Dharma.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That's what they're trying to say. I'm trying to see that point. I'm trying to get the point because this and the big point about it is all built into the whole civilizational aspect. Say, is there really a dharmic civilization
What do you
in
mean a
that,
civilization?
like a civilization, like a whole frame of thinking that whole humanities and cultures and nations are built off of?
Well, I mean, the first um oldest religion in the world you could call is what people will call Hinduism. And for centuries they ran the entire area off of that Vedic Brahmanic kind of system, which still holds to today, although it's not a theocracy anymore where like Brahmins are really like running the, maybe I don't know how really a lot about
Nah,
Indian
nah, see,
politics, but
and I'm gonna tell you, I was watching this video about the Brahmins today, right? And there
mm,
was like the Brahmin caste, they were dependent on other castes because first of all, the Brahmins they couldn't do commerce. They had to
right.
only take they couldn't do commerce. They didn't rule. They couldn't be in the military. They couldn't touch bodies. They couldn't even the cremation. Not supposed they're not supposed to be the one touching the bodies and cremating the bodies.
Yeah,
They're always
no,
like
they're a
supposed to be
priestly cat. It's a
the
priestly
priestly
caste.
caste. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So
yeah, I get that. Like that's what I'm saying. So but when it came down to like ruling things and like they
it
would
was it was
kings
the
would
warrior class who actually were the rulers. The warriors were the actual ruler caste,
right,
and the
but
Brahmins were like priests.
they used to consult them though. Like they used
Yeah,
to
they would
consult
consult them. Yeah,
Brahmins and they used to
of
give
course.
them advice and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I mean, is that yeah, that's one of the most ancient civilizations in the world is Dharmic historically. And
Yeah.
that's
So
the
I'm saying,
whole
so
Indian Hindu Kush Valley. Come
like for
on.
example, like I'm gonna give you example. Even them, they're trying. Even Islam, they try to put Islam into it in terms of Sufism. That's why they're so big into Sufism, because they want to put Sufism as part of Sanatana Dharma and Islam because that's what they do. They synchronize stuff. They don't they want to synchronize South Asian Islam or Islam in general into their Sanatana system through Sufism.
Mhm.
And, but they're trying to say Buddhism is not even a synchron. It's not even that it's pure syncretism. It is directly Sanatana Dharma. You
Mm.
know, and they trying to say Sanatana Dharma doesn't necessarily have to be theistic or theocentric. It could be non-theistic and still be included in Sanatana Dharma. Because at one point they said it was just not this. They didn't have a set theology in Sanatana Dharma, and it was non-theistic in its original format.
Okay. Mhm.
Or God is unknown, or they say God transcends even being known, so it's like an unknown thing. So it's like it's no point. So kind of the Buddhist way of thinking still matches it because the Buddhist like okay whether it's God or not is about what we know, and they're trying to say God is unknown, so it's not about God at that point, so it can be seen as non-theistic as well.
Okay.
That's what they're trying to tell me.
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, it's like I kind of appreciate it because they're not off the bat trying to be divisive. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of cool. It's a cool concept.
yeah, yeah. They're syncretic. Yeah, they absorb people. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They're very syncretic. Okay, let's go to reading then. Let's go. We had a good talking.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get on the reading. I can't even. All right. So, in other words, as applied to any existent entity, the word dharma implies an emptiness deprived of suchness, whereas dharma as such is absolute suchness. I feel like there's so much tongue twisters
Because it's like, why is a dharma so there's capital K, there's capital dharma with a capital D and dharma with a
Yeah.
lowercase d. What is this supposed to mean?
Okay, so in other words, is applied to any existent entity. So if it's existent, it's little d. It implies an emptiness, deprived, so without suchness. An emptiness, yeah, because if it's empty, it can't be anything. Whereas dharma, big D, pause, as a is such an absolute suchness. Dharma as such is absolute. Okay. Relative dharmas cannot sustain themselves. They depend entirely for their existence on a range of other dharmas. Nothing in existence being free from dependence upon an indefinite series of factors, all of which are interdependent and at the same time totally dependent upon the Dharma as such, which alone is full of itself. I'm so confused.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Okay, so
Relative dharma.
relative dharmas. I know,
Relative
right?
dharma. Wait, hold on, wait. Let me read it again. So if I read it, if you hear it, then you might get it because because I'm not understanding neither. I'm going to twist it. I don't understand what they're talking about either. Okay,
Yeah.
relative dharmas cannot sustain themselves. They depend they depend entirely for their existence on a range of other dharmas. Nothing in existence being free from dependence upon the infinite series of factors, all of which are interdependent and at the same time totally dependent on the dharma as such, which is alone full of itself. So isn't all dharma just the dharma capital? Why is he even making this lowercase dharma then?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
I feel
I
like
would
he's
they make
overusing the word where it's not supposed to be used. I feel like he's
yes
not
he is
using it right or
because
something.
it's only the capital dharma is really the dharma.
Right.
Everything else is just whatever. And
It's
that's
just
kind of what
like
I'm saying with
axioms.
Sanatana.
Yeah.
And that's
Alright.
kind of why I brought up the Sanatana issue. You understand?
Yeah.
Because if I'm trying to find out what is the Dharma, you know what I'm saying, with a capital D, you know what I'm saying, big D Dharma,
Well,
you know.
every denomination will have its own definition of that. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
okay, yeah, okay. And some people say Sanatana Dharma is the big D Dharma, and all the Dharma religions fall under Sanatana.
Yeah, that's their denomination's view of it.
Okay, okay.
You know?
So, relative. Okay, so full in of itself. Okay, totally dependent upon dharmas which don't full of itself. The dharma has no hollowness or emptiness within it, but rather, just as in the case of al-samad, yeah, exactly, al-samad, it is that to which all empty things resort in order to be filled with being, a being which, however, never ceases to be that of the absolute. It does not become a property or defining quality of the relative things, which are all fatally marked by impermanence and unreality, even while they are endowed with existence. So basically, all he's trying to say is that the Dharma is the Dharma, and why is he making the small d Dharma? And just all it's like that's exactly the point I'm saying. Why make the small d Dharma, especially when you're trying to tie it to Asamad, if you're trying to make comparability of Samad, why even have the cap with the lowercase dharma? Because Samad is Samad, and you know the ultimate Samad is ultimate Samad, and everything else just comes from that. So you basically just making you basically just being redundant for no reason.
Yeah, I'm not liking the way he's wording it, but alright.
All right, let's keep going.
So,
Yeah.
in Buddhist texts, the Dharma is stressed as the ultimate essence of all things or their ultimate suchness. Tatata. Tata, yeah, tathata. But to avoid any possible reification of this essence, either in thought or in language, the suchness is in turn identified with the void or shunya. What separates the suchness per se from such and such a conception. Why? Why? Why use that? Why use that? Why use such and such when you're talking about suchness? He's doing this weird word thing and I don't like it.
I know.
He could have said so and so, like from any conception one might have of it. All right, what separates the suchness per se from a you don't even need this like from a conception one might have of it is as vast as that which separates the experience of enlightenment from the mere notion of enlightenment.
He's just saying too much for no reason. He's just saying like it's just the Dharma is the Dharma. I mean, he's what is he doing? He's just like he's trying to put the Dharma and Sama together, but he's going too many extra steps in doing it. He first messed up with trying to be the small Dharma and the big. I'm sorry, he first messed up, and then now he's secondly messing. I mean, he's trying to talk about the void, and I get where he's going with the void because that's where the Dharma can be seen as maybe
Mm,
that's where the Dharma can be seen as maybe non-theistic, right? But then he's trying to
right.
make the void theistic, and think about it, it's only what messed him up is that he started messed up with having a small D Dharma. That's what messed him up to begin with. So after that, he was in a hole. He was in a hole, and now he's trying to say with the such and such conception one might have of it, one might have of what separates the suchness from the such might have of it. It is that what separates the experience of enlightenment from the notion of enlightenment. Yeah, but the notion of enlightenment is not enlightenment. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the notion of the actual substantive enlightenment is what everything else should is what all enlightenment should be based upon. And yeah, so it's the substance. So everything should be based upon the substantive. It's basically what he's trying to say. Everything should be based upon the substantive. And yes, and that makes of course I agree. That's why I said there's only really the big D Dharma. You know what I'm saying? Everything else is just
Mm.
relative to the big D Dharma. So he's trying to say everything relies on on a substantiveness. Even the void, even the void has a substance in suchness.
All right.
And
So
that's why he thought next we're going. The void, therefore, is empty only from the point of view of false plenitude of the world. Yeah, yeah. So basically, he's saying something, but it's just that he came into it all messed up. He just came into it wrong. But he's saying something, but he came into it wrong, and he's. I mean, he came into it. He could have came into it better. Like that, he could have came into the argument better.
yeah, he's really using like this could be very simple and very
Yeah,
zen.
yeah.
Like and he's just coming with a weird like psychology of it or something. I don't know. All right. The void, therefore, is empty only from the point of view of the false plenitude of the world and of the reifying tendencies of human thought and language. In itself, it is infinite plenitude. In reality, it is the world, together with all its reified ramifications in thought, that is empty. The apophatic definition of the void can thus be seen not as being more indicative of the reality of the Dharma than are the cataphatic descriptions thereof. The dialectical stress is on the transcendence of the Dharma. I hate this vis-a-vis both positive and negative designations of its reality.
Man, it's just like what the. Just like
Positive and
okay.
negative
Yeah,
designations of its
shout out
reality.
Annan. I'll give a shout out to Annan. He in the chat. He's telling me about
Pick up and
different things. He's telling me about different things in the chat. But yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna try to figure it out, Annan. We're gonna try to figure it out. Okay. Um. Okay. So we like. Okay. So we're saying now the void therefore is empty only from the point of view of the false plenitude of the world. It's empty only from the point of view of the false plenitude of the world, right? So the world is really empty and not the void. So the void is the world. What is the void? Okay, and it's a rarefied tendency of human thought and language. is a verifying tendency. What's verifying mean?
Like reinforcing, I think. Let me see.
To make abstract something abstract more concrete or real. If you make something more concrete or real, that's
Yeah,
abstract.
like reinforcing its reality or something.
Not is it
Making.
make it more abstract? So make it more. I mean, make it concrete. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Exactly right. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
because if you're verifying, you're making it more concrete. Yes.
Hmm.
Rarefying tendency human thought. So you're making emptiness more. But how is that rarefying? Okay, therefore the void therefore is empty only from the point, only from the viewpoint of the false plenitude of the world and of the rarefying tendency of human thought and language. So why would the void feel empty? Okay, I don't know. Okay, because we call it void. So of course we're gonna think it's more empty because we call it void. Of course, that's why we call it something, right?
Right. Like,
Okay.
of course, we have to label it something to conceptualize it in human
Okay.
language. So maybe that's what he's talking about.
Yes. Okay. It
All right.
in itself it is infinite plenitude. In reality, it is the world. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Mm.
That's exactly what I said. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Together with all its reified ramifications in thought that is empty. It's reified ramification thought that is empty. So the world is empty, but it's blended. It's like what the hell, man? This
Yeah,
is
it's some.
okay. The apophatic. The what's apophatic?
Um, I can't remember.
Apophatic.
We looked this up last time. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Of knowledge of God obtained through negation, opposite of
Okay.
cataphatic.
Okay. Yeah, we did look at
All
this up.
right,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So that
The
one's through
apo-
affirmation, negation or affirmation.
okay. The apophatic is through negation.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So the apophatic definition of the void, so that means what is not. So that means it's not full because that's why they call it void, right? Can thus
Uh-huh.
be seen not as being more indicative of the reality of dharma than are the cataphatic descriptions thereof. So that means the affirmations thereof. The dialectic stress is on the tendency of dharma vis-a-vis both positive and negative distinct the designations of its reality. Okay. Okay. So what's vis-a-vis mean? Exactly.
In relation to.
In relation to, you sure? Okay.
Yeah, I just
Um,
looked it up.
okay. The discourse. Okay, so that's both the cataphatic. So the vis-a-vis the both positive and negative is both the cataphatic and apophatic. I believe so, right? So speaking of right, I believe so. Okay. Okay.
All
Keep
right.
reading. The discourse.
The discourse on the void appears to be aimed at generating receptivity to a mystical state rather than generating logical conclusions from a series of premises. I feel like he could have said that and like not have said the last whole two paragraphs.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's exactly what he was trying to like. All that blah 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 was just saying this right here. So the discourse on the void appears to be aimed at generating receptivity to a mystical state rather than generating logical conclusions from a series of premises. So it's saying like it can't really be demonstrated. So one is invited to grasp in a moment of super rational intuition the impossibility of attaining an adequate representation of the Dharma in terms of any negative or positive polarity.
So in other words, it's mystical.
Yeah, whether conceptual or linguistic. Okay. This very intuition enhances, in turn, the receptivity to the sole means of understanding the Dharma.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah. And this is what
The
this is what Anna will call this Marifa all the time. I mean, it is called Marifa and also in Islam, but Anna wants to make sure I mention Marifa. Yeah.
okay.
The Oni.
The only way in which the Dharma can be understood is if it be realized in the sense of made real spiritually and mystically.
Yeah,
And
hakika.
that's
In
what,
Islam, we call it
yeah,
hakika. We call it hakika in
okay.
Islam. Hakika.
That's what we say, like when Johnny says stuff like you won't realize it until you meditate, like that's what he's talking about.
Okay. In Islam, we
Such
call
a
it hakika.
such a realization strictly presupposes transcending the empirical self and all the relative faculties of perception and cognition appended to that self. Right. As we will be seen below, such an approach to realization resonates deeply with the mystical tradition in Islam.
Yeah, that's it's called. Yeah, it's called hakika and marifa. Yeah.
Okay. In some Buddhist texts, it seems that the very emptiness of things constitutes their suchness.
And that's the apathetic. That's all apathetic and what's the other word? Apathetic and yeah, that's all the hypothesis. You're trying to show the apatheticness of what's going on, right?
Yeah, yep. Okay. Hold on one second, sorry.
Okay.
Alright, sorry about that. The youngin' just got back. Okay.
Mhm.
So where were we at? I'm sorry. I jumped forward to see the text. So we were
We're in some I think you started reading in some Buddhist texts. It seems the very emptiness,
okay,
the
yeah. Things constitutes their suchness. And it is this emptiness or suchness which relates to the thing or relates the thing to the suchness of the Dharma as it were by inverse analogy. Reverse analogy. So the
inverse.
emptiness relates it to the suchness by inverse analogy? What?
Yeah, okay. In some Buddhist texts, it seems that the very emptiness of things constitutes its suchness because that's going by the rarefying. They're trying to the rarefying the emptiness with suchness being the void, right? And they're trying to give it a positive or give it an affirmative feature, right?
Mm,
And in this emptiness, suchness, which relates the thing to the suchness of the Dharma as is by reverse analogy. It's just the same reifying and apathetic thing that they're mentioning. This is how people are under. They say that's how people are understanding these concepts.
mm.
I mean, that's what I'm getting from it.
Okay. Okay. So it would appear that the Dharma is indeed the true suchness of all things, but these things have no access to this suchness except through the negation of their own specificity, compounded as they are of various aggregates arising in mutually dependent chains of causality. Yeah, that's the pratitya
Satya
samuttampada.
Samutapada.
Yeah,
Satya samutpada.
Samutapada.
No, samutpada.
Samutpada.
Vratia samutpada.
There you go.
Vratia samutpada.
Mhm. All of which are empty. All right, so that's the chains of causality is like dependent origination. Right, okay, so he's
And we'll say that, and we believe in dependent origination, but we believe dependent origination comes from God.
right, right.
We
Okay.
believe God, that's God, and that's what we call a creator. You know what I'm saying? Everything is dependent on Him. Everything is tawakkul on Him. We say it's tawakkul. That's what we
Okay.
call the concept of dependency on God. Tawakkul and itikalia.
Hmm. So in spiritual terms, the negation of this emptiness implies being empty of emptiness, and this double negation is the sole means of realizing in the superconceptual mode the suchness of the tathata.
Yeah.
Uh, what does this mean, tathata?
Anna says top man. But you go look it up. But top is
Suchness.
suchness. Yeah, the suchness. That's the suchness. That's the In spiritual terms, the negation of this emptiness implies being empty, being empty of emptiness. Besides being emptiness, so is a thing, right? And this double
Mm,
negation is the sole means of realizing the superconceptual mode of suchness. It's da da da. So it the yeah. I I get it. I get it.
mm,
I get it though. I mean, like for example, w- we know the creator by not being creation, and we know the creation by not being the creator. That's why I can always say I'm not God.
mm,
Similar thing happens. It's just saying we know things by contrast, and that gives us distinguishment. If you want to make a long story short, you know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
We
Okay.
distinguish things through contrast.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting from it. But yeah,
The Dharma is therefore absolute plenitude in its own suchness. But from the point of view of the apparent suchness of the world, it appears to be empty. It is empty of all the illusory suchness of things. So, being empty of emptiness, it is infinite plenitude. Thus, when applied to absolute reality, the same term, dharma, implies an emptiness which is not only absolute plenitude, it is it also, as it were, fills the emptiness of all other dharmas, which are thereby re-endowed with reality.
yeah, yeah. It makes sense.
Okay. It is for this reason that we find is one of the most definitive Mahayana formula. Samsara is nirvana and nirvana is samsara.
And that's what
Okay.
even John was saying.
Yeah.
He's a Theravada. Don't think like that, right? He's trying to say
Not
Theravada
really.
is a different thing.
Yeah, they have different beliefs. Like I'm looking at this tatata, and that's kind of a Mahayana or Zen uh concept too. So
I don't know, or I don't know, because it could be samsara. Because he's trying to say who he trying to say. He said somebody trying to separate samsara and nirvana, but not everybody do it. And I'm trying to think if it was the Mayanas or the Theravada. I don't know, but anyway. So this author saying the Mayanas say nirvana is samsara is nirvana,
right, right,
and nirvana is samsara.
right. Yeah, I've heard that before, but I don't know. I was under the impression that Nirvana was the end of samsara, but I I don't know what tradition. Like this is, I don't know.
Okay, what's samsara? Okay, let's look at what's samsara exactly.
Samsara is the circle of birth and death.
That's what the absolute meaning. Wait, let me see. Samsara.
The cycle of birth and death. All right, watch it. Look. Mm. Okay, samsara is a Sanskrit Pali word that means world. It also is the concept of rebirth and cyclicity of all life, matter, and existence, a fundamental belief of most Indian religions. Popularly, it is the cycle of death and rebirth, right? Samsara is sometimes referred to with terms or phrases such as transmigration, karmic cycle, reincarnation, or punarjanman, and cycle of aimless drifting, wandering, or mundane existence. The concept of samsara has roots in the post Vedic literature. The theory is not discussed in the Vedas themselves. It appears in developed form, but without the mechanistic details in the early Upanishads. So yeah, samsara. Full exposition of the samsara doctrine is found in Shramanic religions such as Buddhism and Jainism. What does that word mean? One who labors, toils, or exerts themselves, or seeker who performs. Oh, aesthetic religions, okay, as well as various schools of Hindu philosophy. All right, so that's samsara, and then nirvana. Nirvana translates, I think, to blowing out or quenching of the activities of the worldly mind and its related suffering. So nirvana is the goal of the. Are you still there? Can you hear me, Pelu?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I'm still
Oh,
here.
okay. All right, all right. I was just checking. Okay. Um, Nirvana is the goal of the Buddhist path and marks the soteriological release.
Soteriological, yes, soteriological. It means study of how you get saved. Yes,
Salvation,
salvation. Yep.
okay, release from worldly suffering and rebirth in samsara. So nirvana is part of the third truth on cessation of dukkha and the four noble truths and the summum bonum destination of the eightfold path. I don't know what that means. So yeah, so that's extinguish of samsara. So like that's why I don't understand how it can be I guess be the same thing or be a part of it
Yeah, I don't
maybe.
see how it's the same thing anyway.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to say the goal. I mean, it might be the goal of samsara's nirvana, right?
Yeah, right, right. Like we
But
should strive for that. Like to stop rebirth. Hey real one, hey oneness. Big up everyone that's coming through. Big up to the people who come to learn something and not just here for tamasha and fitna.
what's tamasha? That Buddhism word for fitna?
No, I think that's a Punjabi word for fitna.
Uh,
Like, um, okay, so where were, oh, that was that, yeah. All right, so relativity is first stripped of its separative existence and then re-endowed with reality. The sole reality of nirvana, which can be understood as the beatific state proper to the supreme non-compounded reality.
Okay.
In Islamic terms, one might say first comes the nafe, no divinity reality, then the itba, except the one divine reality. If we translate the word dhamma as essence and apply it to the formula of the first shahada, we have the following: no dharma essence but the dharma essence. The conceptual convergence at this level of tawheed, literally affirming, declaring, or realizing oneness, is evident.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Well, no
I
dharma
mean, I see
essence
the
but the
comparable. Don't get me
dharma
wrong, they're
essence.
comparable, but to say it's necessarily tau because he should not have put his tawheed.
Yeah, because it's not tab
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
The rest of it is not too bad, right? The rest of that paragraph is not too bad, except for tawheed. That's where he messes it up because you can't. That doesn't necessarily prove tawheed.
Right, right.
It don't necessarily prove an absolute monotheistic God. That's what tawheed really means. You understand?
Yeah, exactly.
It
Yes.
doesn't necessarily prove that. So I mean, don't get me wrong. There's comparability. I see the comparability, but it's not in tawheed. No, you shouldn't
Nah.
have put that. Yeah, yeah, yep. There's comparability in the face. Yes, I see the comparability, but not tawheed. No, you can't. That you haven't proved that. I'm not saying there isn't, but that right there doesn't prove it, and it
It
doesn't prove it
wouldn't
at
be
all.
though. You can't prove that because it's not. You're not gonna get that.
No, 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 no. I'm saying the possibility just to be open minded.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
You know what I'm
No.
saying? Because
Okay.
that's how your approach type of works. You know, this type of project is you have to be open to all types of possibilities. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
if you want to do this type of project, right? But that right there is not the evidence for Tawheed. No, it's evidence for comparability, but not Tawheed. No, not at all. It's
Right,
just
right.
comparability, and just that these religions talk about the essence of the absolute, but they don't affirm the absolute as one absolute. That doesn't say that they're both saying there was one absolute reality that could be impersonated as one God. It's not saying all that. That's what Tawhid is, and that's not what that's not what we're getting from this discourse on Dharma as it relates to Buddhism. That's not what we're getting. We're not necessarily getting Tawheed in the Islamic sense by saying Tawheed. You know, you got that?
Hmm.
Okay, okay. So we keep going, keep going.
All right. So we could also say, applying this formula to the Buddha himself, no Buddha, but the Buddha Dhatu, the latter term referring to the Buddha nature, which is immanent in all things. This immanent Buddhahood transcends the person of him and is thus demonstrated by the fact that the nature is coterminous with the Dharmadhatu, the Dharma nature, and also with the Tathagata Garbha, literally the womb of the Tathagata, the one thus gone. There is neither arising nor perishing within the Tathagata Barbha, sorry. It is free from conceptual knowledge and views, like the nature of the Dhammadhatu, which is ultimate, wholly complete, and pervades all 10 directions. All right, I'm gonna look that up. Hold on.
But I ain't never heard any of these words a day
27
in my
from the
life. This
Sutra
is
of
the first time
Complete
I
Enlightenment.
never I never heard any of these words a day in my life. You know that, right? I never heard all
Hmm.
these Buddhist words a day in my life. Like the got that Buddha the thought. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Tathagata, like the Tathagata, that's
nah,
Dharmadhatu.
nah,
I've
nah,
heard
I
of
know.
Buddha Dhatu, but
I know
those,
you would know. I'm just
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that somebody not a Buddhist or not something from an Abrahamic perspective. I haven't even heard these terms before. You know what I'm saying? And it's good. It's good. It's good. I'm learning it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this is the first time I'm exposed to these type of terms. The Buddha, the Buddha Hatu,
Buddha
the
Dhatu,
yeah Buddha Datu, yeah the Buddha Datu, the Thagata, the
Tathagata.
Tathagata. Tathagata Bar Barbha.
Salud.
Thank you. Man.
Like this Sutra of Complete Enlightenment, like I don't even think that's in the Pali Canon. I think this is a Mahayana script, like a Mahayana Sutra. Come on, load. Hold on. All right, Perfect Enlightenment Sutra. Translated from the Chinese of Buddha Trattata. Venerable Bhikshu. Part 9, Volume 7. Yeah, these are Mahayana scripts. So how could I find that word? Let me see. I could search for a word in this thing like this. Okay, why is it so? Because the nature of empty space is ever unmoving. Likewise, there is neither arising nor perishing within the Tathagata Garbha, so the Buddha nature. It is free from conceptual knowledge and views, like the nature of Dharmadhatu, which is ultimate, wholly complete, and pervades all 10 directions. Such is the Dharma practice of the Tathagata of the causal ground. So he's talking about himself. Because of this intrinsic completeness, bodhisattvas within the Mahayana may give rise to pure Bodhi mind. If sentient beings in the decline of the Dharma age practice accordingly, they will not fall into erroneous views. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So it goes to God's face. In the Quran, God's face, Wajh, is identified with the eternal and ubiquitous nature of the divine reality. In the verses cited above, 55, 26 to 27, we're told that everything in existence is passing away except the face of God. In another verse, we're told, everywhere you turn, there is a face of God. Um, okay. In the following verse, the mystery of this face deepens and brings home the extent of its correspondence with the Buddhist conception of the Dharma. Everything is perishing, halik, except his face. 2888. The face in question is clearly that of God, but the pronoun his can also be read as pertaining to each thing. Can also be read as pertaining to each thing.
Hold
Okay.
on, wait. You said what? The point of his, the phase in question is clearly that of God, but the point of his can also be read pertaining to each thing, so that it its meaning becomes everything that is perishable except its. I don't see how that's the case.
so that the meaning becomes everything is perishing except its face. The face of that thing, one of the greatest spiritual authorities of Islam, Imam al Ghazali, d 1111, comments on this verse as follows: It is not that each thing is perishing at one time or at other times, but that it is perishing from eternity without beginning to eternity without end. It can only be so conceived since, when the essence of anything other than him is considered in respect of its own essence, it is sheer non-existence.
No, no, because there's two things in existence: is creature and creation, and everything that's not creature everything that's not creator is creature, and that has its own essence, and the essence of God is different than the essence of the creation. So no, that doesn't make any type of sense. That's probably a Sunni view. That's not Orthodox view. That's not Istiqamah view. That might be a Sunni view, but that's definitely not an Istiqamah view.
But when it is viewed in respect of the face to which existence flows forth from, the first, the real, then it is seen as existing, not in itself, but through the face turned to its giver of existence. What? Like, why?
It's
What
some
is he
nonsense.
saying? Like, what
It's
is
some
he saying?
nonsense. It's some Sunni nonsense, really. I'm gonna answer just what it really is. Al Ghazali. He's the proof. They call him the Sunnis call him the proof of Islam. I don't see he's a proof of nothing. He doesn't prove not proving nothing right now.
Okay, but when it is viewed in the respect of the face to which existence flows forth from, the first, the real, then it is seen as existing not in itself, but through the face turned to its giver of existence. Hence, the only existent is the face of God. Hence, the only existent is the face of God. Each thing has two faces, a face towards itself and a face towards its Lord. Viewed in terms of the face of itself, it is non existent. How? But viewed in terms of the face of God, it exists. Hence, nothing exists but God and His face. Uh, so he's saying that nothing can exist without the face of God looking at it? Or what is he saying? Can you try to break down what they're saying? Because I don't get it.
No, he's saying nonsense because he's saying nonsense. That's the reason.
So is he saying that you're non-existent without God, or is he saying that you're the same of God, like but a second face of God looking at itself?
I don't know what he's saying. He's saying nonsense.
All right.
That's what he's saying nonsense. I mean, this is Al Ghazali. I can't really explain to you Al Ghazali and his way of thinking because it's so Sunni that is ridiculously Sunni. Because he's the one who solidified Sunnism. And Sunnism, what they call him, the proof of Islam. That's what they call him. He's like their main one of their main guys. Him and Ibn Taymiyyah. Ibn Taymiyyah is more for the Salafists. Al Ghazali is more for the traditional Sunnis and Sufis. So they're a whole different school of thought than me. I don't understand them at all. Their school of thought is so different with how they play. Cause see, they do a lot of mental gymnastics and they act like they're not using their mind, but they use the most mental gymnastics. But the mental gymnastics are so full of folly. I don't even try to under a lot of these things. I don't even try to understand them when they go in these very like basically, for lack of a better word, when they go into kufr. I don't even try to understand the
Mm,
kufr.
okay. All right. So with the help of this commentary, we can understand more clearly what is meant by the following verse. He is the first and the last, the outward and the inward. 57:3. The absolute unity of God is thus both utterly transcendent and escapably immanent. Not only is the divine reality within all things as the inward, al-batin, it is also the true reality, the face or essence of all empirical phenomena as the outward, al-zahir. It is for this reason that we can look nowhere in existence without being confronted by the face of God. Do you believe that? You can look nowhere in existence without being confronted by the face of God?
I mean, sort of, yeah. So I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Yeah, I get what he's saying in a way, but it just like the faces is just his ultimate expression, the ultimate expression of creation. That's just his full expression of creation. Yeah, if you have if you're that enlightened, yes, all you because all there really is in the end is the face of God. It's just like almost like it's almost like the same how in the Judeo Christian world we say made in God's image. Well, we think everything is ultimately made in the image of God, but it doesn't mean that's God Himself. It's just a reflection of. It's just it's almost like we know God by the creations. Like even though He totally transcended, we learn about God through the creation. That same way we learn about God. Like everything is God's signs in the end of the day. Everything is a sign of God in the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Everything is a sign of God. Us
Mm,
having a conversation is a sign of God. I look at my hand, like I'm putting my hand next to my face right now. I'm looking at my hand. My hand is a sign of God. I might not understand everything God wants to tell me in the sign of God right there, but everything is a sign of God. It's like we're surrounded by God's presence. Even though He transcends all creation, we're still surrounded by His presence. So
okay.
I sort of get that part. I still, it's just the way they say it. It's just that I wouldn't approach it. I wouldn't approach the topic the way he approached the topic, but he kind of has a point with the in because the inward, okay, because the inward is the batin is not only the divine reality within all that is inward. Okay, yeah, of course the realities there. Okay, the absolute reality. But see, then it said divine is like everything's created. The only divinity is Him. He is the divinity. So the divine reality, it transcends it transcends everything. Right. But he's through us, closer to us than our jugular veins. Yeah, so he's eminent. Yes, he's eminent, but he transcends. He's eminent, but he but because yeah, so he transcends. Like the absolute unity of God is both utterly transcendent and escaping, and that's true. So he gets that part right. Right? Is inescapably eminent. That's true, and is in everything, and then you show out the face. So yeah, the face is the creation. Yeah, so yeah, I get what he's saying because the face of God is the full expression of creation. So
Okay.
that's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, the face of God. So I get what he's saying. He's saying that he's not messing that part. That's one part he's not necessarily messing. He's not messing up that part too bad. Also, is also the true reality, the face or essence of all empirical phenomenon as the outward. Yeah. Because the essence of all phenomenon would be the pure expression of God. Would be the essence of all phenomenon in creation. Yes, that would be the case. Yeah, that would be the case. I understand what he's saying. That would be the case. Yeah.
Mm,
It is for this reason that we can look nowhere else in existence without being confronted by it. Yeah. Ultimately speaking, yes, I get what he's saying. Yeah. No, that part is true. It's like this. If God is transcendent, that means God is beyond all creation, right? But He's eminent. That means He's in and through all creation. That's why even us we say that God is closer to us than our jugular vein. So even though we're not God and He's through us, He could still be through us. He through us like we could like He contains us, but we don't contain Him. He's through us. He's through us and he's in us and through us. But He transcends us because the essence is different than our essence. We and Him, us and Him have two different essences because His essence is uncreated and our essence is created. So we're the expression of His creation, meaning we're the face of God. That's creation. We're God's expression. He creates, but He transcends what He creates.
Hmm.
So yeah, He didn't mess that part. He didn't mess that one part up. He didn't mess that part up. He messed some other parts, but he didn't mess up that part up. I mean, he some other parts. I mean, it's more questionable, but he gets that part. He gets that part right to me. Fairly correct.
Okay. So with the help of oh, I already read that, sorry. This rigorous view of the oneness of divine reality rejoins the subtlety of the Mahayana Buddhist view of the ultimate unity of samsara and nirvana. In the
That's
world's
questionable, right? That's
yeah, well,
questionable.
that's the
Okay.
Mahayana Buddhist view, so they said that. So that's their view. Um, in the words of Milarepa, the greatest poet saint of Tibet, tried to understand that nirvana and samsara are not two. The core of the view lies in non duality. Samsara, or relativity, is but the outward, visible face of nirvana?
So you're trying to say Nirvana's guaranteed eventually? Is that what you're trying to say? Nirvana's guaranteed? And,
Uh,
and you just go
no.
through and just go to Samsara to get to Nirvana?
I mean, is but the outward, visible face of nirvana.
Yeah, you're trying to say that
Mm,
it's just an expression. Samsara is an expression of Nirvana that's already there. So Nirvana is just a realization at that point.
maybe. The outward and the inward alike are expressions of the one which transcends the very distinction between those two dimensions. Okay, it is only from what Nagarjuna calls the view of conventional reality, samvriti satyam, that one can distinguish between dimensions, what, okay,
Between different dimensions.
between different dimensions, whether of space or time, from the point of view of ultimate fruit, paramartha. However, the absolute is in, yeah, hold on, sorry.
It's okay.
All right, sorry. Okay, so from the point of view of ultimate fruit or paramartha, however, the absolute is infinite and eternal, comprising all possible dimensions of space and time, and by that very token, not susceptible of location with either space or time. The Quranic notion of the inescapability of the face of God, its immanence in all that exists, is mirrored in the Buddhist idea of a Buddha being present in all things. Ugh. Ah,
I know, right? That sound that
uh,
sound like a
I
stretch. That
don't
sound like a huge
know. I don't know. I don't know.
stretch. That's like a huge. It's not. I
Ah,
don't even
that's
know, but
a
it sounds like a stretch. I don't even know what he's talking about, but I know it sounds like a stretch of the way he's saying it. Like what? However, the absolute is infinite. The absolute is infinite and eternal, comprises all possible dimensions, space and time, and that by that very token, acceptable. of location within either space or time. The Quark notion of the inescapability of the face of God, its eminence in all that exists, is mirrored by the Buddhist ideas of the Buddha being present in all things. Is that true? Is the Buddha being present in all things in Buddhist ideas?
Well, Buddha
So is
nature,
Buddha the
right?
face of God? So Buddha is the face of God. So that means there's a God inside of Buddha. So Buddha is an expression of God.
No, like
Buddha is
Buddha nature is present in all beings, so
in
their
all beings. Yes.
potential for enlightenment, but there is these Tibetan like eyes that people will, let me see, that you'll see like painted on stuff. Let me see. Yeah, that. Like that.
The third eye.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like you'll see these things like painted where it's like he's in all, I don't know, Buddha nature is everywhere, like Dharma nature is everywhere. Um, so that's what that reminds me of. So, but being compared to a god, I don't know about that. But the nature,
No, I said the face of God is not God though. The face of God is just the outer. Is just. It's just realization of creation.
right,
The
right,
face of
right.
God is more realization, and it's not even a thing. It's more of a realization. It's seeing reality for what it is.
Hmm. So that, yeah, I guess that. But okay, to cite Milarepa again, the matrix of Buddhahood permeates all sentient beings. All beings are therefore Buddhas in themselves, yet they are veiled by temporal defilements. Once the defilements are cleansed, then they will be Buddhas. Milarepa also refers to the face, which becomes visible when the substance of one's own consciousness, one's own face of reality, is grasped as identical to the substance of all other beings. In Quranic terms, the face of God becomes visible through all things whose true being or face is not their own, but that of God.
I mean, I don't see how that is the case though. It is their own, but it's okay. Everybody belongs to God. Everybody's God's slave and God's creation. So everything that's ours is God's too. If that's the case, yes, everything's God's slave. Yes, I mean that's what he's trying to say.
By
But it's not.
real
But it won't be not their own too. It'll be the oh, okay. Okay. If you want to say that, you know, if you want to say that, I mean, everything belongs to God, but it's still their own thing. But it's this of God. The people is of. I mean, creation is of God. Creation has a creator, and He's the owner of all things.
right, right.
It wasn't him teaching. Wasn't him sending me messages, right? Data. He says, "My God, you need to learn the language of Mayana before you can lecture and teach it, guy." That's what he said.
All right. Um,
Now we're going by realizing.
by realizing that all forms are self-awareness, I've beheld my consort's face, the true mind within. So none of the sentient beings in the three great worlds eludes the embrace of this great thatness. The emptiness, I know thatness now, suchness and thatness.
That's
And I don't even know what this. I'm trying to like. I don't know what this reference is. One day I'm gonna find out what this is here. Ibid. I don't know what this means, but
we gotta check the bibliography. I don't know what he's talking about.
yeah, some do that a different time. So, Alright, the emptiness of all dharmas might now be seen as the negative prelude to the affirmation of the suchness of the one and only dharma. All particular faces are subsumed within the one and only face of God. Of particular importance in this connection is the comment of Al-Ghazali: when the essence of anything other than him is considered in respect of its own essence, it is sheer non-existence.
Now I don't believe that. See, that's where that's where he goes into the thing because there's two sides of existence. Okay, some people might say it's one existence, but that's kufr in Islam. The wada al wajud is kufr, but there's wada al shahud, apparentism. Like, okay, there's two different essences. The created essence is different than the uncreated essence, because that's the difference between God and creature. There's two essences. The essence of God is not the same essence of the creature. So that's cool. That in the East, the common school, that's kufr, and in more and yeah, that's a kufr way of looking at things.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's kufr. That's pure kufr.
Jeez.
That's a heresy.
One, oh, wow. Okay, so one need only replace the word essence with dharma and non existence with emptiness, and we're confronted with what sounds like a perfectly Buddhist formulation. The doctrine of emptiness or unreality of all dharmas, in turn, leads directly to the Islamic principle of Tawheed. No,
No, it doesn't. No, it
no, it
doesn't
doesn't.
whatsoever.
It
It doesn't
doesn't. The
whatsoever.
doctrine
It
of
doesn't. It is
emptiness or
not.
unreality of all dharmas. So that would be like the Prajnaparamita Sutta, um, parts of like the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, like Dignaga and Dharmakirti like did doctrines on all these, and it's not Tawheed. Alright, so as the following verses from the okay, Satasashrika, Satasashrika, okay, show, I don't know what that is, following verses from the Satasashrika, what is this, show,
the the sata sa hasrika. The sata sa hasrika. The sata sa sata sa has sata sa hasrika.
okay, so perfect wisdom, translations, 56, oh, it's one of those huge ones. Shit, not that.
The
Did I
large
do that?
sutra on perfect.
Stop, I hit the wrong button, sorry. I've tried to find this, like, word. It's here, I can see it, but maybe this one will work better. Okay, but anyway, from the first thought of enlightenment onwards, a bodhisattva should train himself in the conviction that all dharmas are baseless. While he practices the six perfections, he should not take anything as a basis. Where there is duality, there is a basis. Where there is non duality, there is a lack of basis. Subhuti, how do duality and non-duality come about? The Lord, where the I, oh sorry, where there is I and forms, ear and sounds, where there is mind and dharmas, there where there is enlightenment and the enlightened, that is duality. Where there is no I and forms, no ear and sounds, no mind and dharmas, no enlightenment, and the enlightened, that is non-duality.
So there's enlightenment without no
Just
enlightenment.
find
Is that what
that.
you're trying to say? What is he saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just want to find the.
He said some Buddhist stuff, but because he's quoting some Buddhist stuff, right? He's quoting, yeah, the Sata Hasaraka.
Right. Alright, so let me see. What did he say? Part what?
Um, he
Okay.
said,
So this was cited in Buddhist texts in the ages? 279 to 283. Let's see if that works. Hmm. So he's talking to Subhuti. So let me see if I can find that then. Okay, so if I go here and then find. Oh my god, it's like. I have to look for something different. It says that 700 times in this thing. Alright.
hey, shout out, Aduki Gold. Aduki Gold. They always come on and watch us. How you doing, Aduki Gold?
I think Subhuti is like a. I don't know if it's a name or it might be the Chinese word for bhikkhu. I think that's bhikshu. I mean, there's so much. I don't know. Those who have not abandoned the Buddha Dharma Sangha should rejoice at these productions of thought, then dedicate by resulting merit to the supreme enlightenment, but in such a way that there is no notion of either duality or non duality. So many, I don't know, it's such a huge, many questions. I don't even know. I don't even know where to find this. Trains briefly in the detail of these six perfections. Is that what you talk about? The six perfections?
What's the six perfections?
I don't know. Okay, when he takes the practices of six perfections, he should not take anything as a basis. Let me see if it says that. Um,
And think about it though, and you know in Islam we also have six articles of the faith. You know that, right? But it,
yeah, yeah.
but that is our basis. That is our kita. But
Mm,
so I don't, that is the basis. That is a kita though. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's the internal and there's both the esoteric and exoteric aspect of Akita. You know what I'm saying? But you know, so if you want to say the internal Akita is the basis, but it's still, but like bro, look at it the same because we don't have that we don't have that non-attachment way of thinking about things as much. It's not strongly there. Because us is about external. We think that things are given the because like we value the vehicle. The vehicle is like we want the vehicle. We value it, or we like saying yes.
mm-hmm.
We have the external, but it's the guide us to the internal. So it's like the two sides of the same coin for us. But I mean, I don't know. Well, I'm just saying that's a comparability because we have the six articles of the faith comparability to the six perfections. You know what I'm saying? That's a compare. I'm not saying the same thing as similarities, but I'm saying they're comparabilities. You know what I'm saying?
I think this might be the part. By what is there a basis? Okay, so let me see. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. How should all dharmas be seen as empty of own marks? Form should be seen empty of form, to enlightenment as empty of enlightenment. It is thus, Subhuti, that the Bodhisattva, the great being who courses in perfect wisdom, should train in all dharmas as empty of own marks. If, O Lord, form should be seen as empty of form, etc., to enlightenment is empty of enlightenment, how can of a bodhisattva who courses in perfect wisdom the coursing take place? The Lord says, a non-concoursing is the bodhisattva's coursing in perfect wisdom. Subhuti says, for what reason? The Buddha says, because no perfect wisdom can be apprehended. No bodhisattva, no coursing, no one who courses, nor that whereby, wherein he courses. It is thus that a bodhisattva's coursing in perfect wisdom is a non-coursing in which all these discoursings are not apprehended. Subhuti says if the coursing in perfect wisdom is a non-coursing, how should a bodhisattva who is a beginner course in perfect wisdom? The Lord said, from the first thought of enlightenment onwards, he should train in all the dharmas as baseless. When he gives as a gift, he should do so without taking anything as a basis. Is so when he guards morality, etc., to when he develops wisdom, etc., to when he develops the knowledge of all modes. By what is there a basis, and by what is there not? The Lord says, in so far as there is duality, there is basis. Non-duality, that is non-basis. Subhuti says, what then is duality? The Lord says, insofar as there is I and form, etc., to mind and mind objects, insofar as there is enlightenment and the enlightened, that is duality. And what is non duality? So, insofar there is no I and no form, no mind and mind objects, no enlightenment and no enlightened. That is non duality is then apprehended non bias or the non so it's just going to go on and on with different terms. That's how sutras go. Repetitive, very repetitive. Um, okay, so at least I found that. That's a legit source of a Mahayana script, which Theravadins don't really take from, but it's all good. So it may seem strange at first sight that even the enlightened are included in the sphere of duality. The reason is that, from this point of view of pure enlightenment, nothing but that quality of pure consciousness exists. If one speaks of the consciousness that belongs or pertains to an individual, then there is unavoidably a duality, the one who is conscious and the content of his consciousness. This is precisely what is taught in the mystical Islamic doctrine of fana.
Nope, I don't necessarily gonna agree with how he's gonna go there. And this is one of Anand's favorite topics. So if Anand, you listening to go
Yeah,
into
yeah.
fana again, Anand
Big
wants
up
to say
Victor.
Anand's favorite word fana. So hey, we're talking about
Yeah.
fana, but I don't see how this is fana. Okay, you know what fana is? This is fana. You know when the Sahabas and the Muslims try to tell you that they love death the way you love life. You heard that
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah, definitely, yeah.
That's fana.
Yeah. All right.
Is when you just totally embrace the veil of death, and it's like you're just gonna something you're just going through. That's fana. You
Mm.
understand? It's like when death and life come together, and you live like a life after death. So that's what it's really is. It's almost like you trade it in Islam and the Quran teaches us that the believers, the likeness of the believers are like those who have traded this life, a life in this world for life in the world to come. But that's for not. It's when you live in that way of life. It's like you become a stranger in this world. And when you really achieve for now, you become a stranger in this world. You live in this world as a stranger. You know, and the prophet said that when Islam came, it came as something strange. Their returns is when then when it returned, it also returned as something strange. So you should give glad tidings to the strangers. And the prophet said, and the companions asked the prophet, who were the strangers? And he said, it's those who left their tribe to join Islam. He also said these strangers were people who were a small group in the midst of a large group who was doing evil. You know, it's a many way. Let me get to all the stuff that strangers.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, I put it in your Discord one day. Remember?
Yeah, yeah.
I put all the stuff that the strangers were. That's what fun. Where did I put that? Let me find where I put it in the Discord. I think I put it on the Muslim spot. It was a minute ago though. It was a minute ago. When did I put Let me see when did I put that stuff? It was a long time ago. Anyway. Wait, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up again. Okay, hey, we keep going. I'm gonna find it and I'll share it.
Okay. So fana and non-duality. The discerning of a subtle dualism in the consciousness of one who is enlightened or on the path to enlightenment finds expression in the text of Al-Ghazali cited earlier. In the following passage, he describes and evaluates the state of those sages who have attained extinction or fana. They become intoxicated with such an intoxication that the ruling authority of their rational faculty is overthrown. Hence, one of them says, I am the real, Anal Haq. Another, glory be to me, how great is my station.
That's super cool for right there, because God is
Yeah,
Allah. That's super cool for
yeah.
That's Sunni thinking. This is super cool for. It's
When
super. I'm gonna be honest with you.
this is
This is
crazy, yeah, even I can
super
see
Sunni.
that's good.
Yeah, this is cool for as a mug. Anyway, keep going.
So, um, when this state gets the upper hand, it's called extinction in relation to the one who possesses it, or rather, it's called extinction from extinction, since the possessor of the state is extinct from himself and from his own
I don't
extinction,
get this
sorry.
at all. This is so
Yeah, I
super
don't
Cooper.
get
It's so
that.
super Cooper because he's trying to make it sound like he's trying to make it sound like Buddhism,
Yeah,
but it's
like,
not. But then again, Sunniism is like Kufr, so yeah, that could be a Sunni view because Kufr Sunniism is Kufr anyway.
hmm,
But that's how they think. They're Kufr anyway. They have those type of ideologies and stuff. But yeah. Oh, anyway, keep going. What I mean by Kufr, everybody, I mean is detraction from the majesty of God. He detracts
hmm,
because God Himself is Al Haq. You're not the hawk in terms of God. You know, he's not the. That's not how. I mean, that's not the Islamic way of looking at things. That's the Kufr way of looking at things. If you possess with you thinking that you're God in a way, no, you're not God. The whole point of Islam is to know that you're not God. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
right. Okay, for he is conscious neither of himself in that state, nor of his own unconsciousness of himself. If he were conscious of his own unconsciousness, then he would still be conscious of himself. In relation to the one immersed in it, this state is called unification or ittihad. Ittihad?
Ittihad. It means
Ittihad?
unified. It means unified. It's almost like Ittihad. No, Etihad. Etihad the airline. Etihad.
No.
Is an airline based out of the Emirates, out of Abu Dhabi, and they're the sponsor for Man City, for Man City soccer club, right? The
Mm.
Man City football club. Their sponsors Etihad, and that's why the stadium's called Etihad. It's the same word Etihad. It means United. It's from the United Arab Emirates. That's where the company Etihad comes from. That's where the company that owns the airline, because that's the state airline of Abu Dhabi in the Emirates, right? And it's called Etihad, but it means it's united. But that's what Etihad means. Etihad means united.
Yeah, but that's kind of crazy though. Like, okay, so
He's making this up though. He's just making the shot. He's making Etihad and Tawheed, because Tawheed and Etihad are etymologically connected. Etihad really means united, and Tawheed really means unification. Tawheed is unification. He's messing it up a little bit. According to the
hmm.
language of the metaphor, also called declaring one's unity. Tawheed means unification. Etihad means united. According to the language of reality, no, you're messing everything up. This is all nonsense. It's based on the Kufr. It's everything. This whole part is Kufr. There's a lot of Kufr he's saying right now. I'm be honest
So
with you. This whole that
according to
whole
the language
that
of
whole
metaphor, or is called declaring God's unity, Tawheed, according to the language of reality. What? So
he's not
36, the
saying.
niche of lights? What's that?
I don't know what to see, and that's why he's always going to some obscure nonsense when he wants to say some crazy stuff. You notice that stuff?
Good night. Love you. Love you too. Um, the niche of lights. What? Let me just see. Oh, it must be a Al Ghazali thing, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a Al Ghazali philosophical explorations covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, shout out Carter. Shout out Carter, because Carter always come and show us love. Shout out Carter.
Yeah, big up Victor, man. um, yeah, so okay, so he's reading a book of philosophy from some guy. All right.
That's Al Ghazali's thinking, but his thinking is I mean, if that's what he's saying, Al Ghazali's saying, I don't agree with how Al Ghazali's saying things, not at all. But then again, I don't agree with Sunnism. He's a
Yeah.
Sunni chieftain,
So
but
he's trying to say that you can attain some kind of state where you become intoxicated and kind of think that you're merged with the God?
yeah,
Is that
yeah,
like a Sufi thing?
that's a Sufi thing. That's a Sufi thing. That's like a Sufi Sunni thing. They
Okay.
believe that, but us is the opposite. We believe in mindfulness. We believe you could be so mindful, you could have total enlightenment. Like we look at enlightenment differently than they look at enlightenment.
Okay.
but their enlightenment to us is Cooper. Like how you know you're not the hawk. You're not becoming the hawk. I
Mm,
am the real. No, you're not the hawk. Al hawk is God. You taking the attribute of God for yourself. No, you can't take an attribute of God for yourself. I
okay.
mean, you part of God's religion, but it's almost like you part of Dina Hawk, but it's the way glory be to me, how great is my station. Like what? That's kufr. It's glory be to God. Subhanallah. Alhamdulillah. You understand?
Yeah, yeah,
This is kufr
yeah.
right here. This is some kufr.
Like,
It
how
sound it
could you
sound like
say glory be to me? Like,
that's
that's
some
messed
kufr. That's
up.
super kufr.
Even
That's
I know that's messed up. Like, you can't say that.
yeah,
Like,
that's kufr. Man, y'all gotta do better. Allah Sunnah wa Jama'at. Y'all do better. Y'all gotta do better than this.
yeah. All right. So, the paradoxes uttered by the Buddha, as well as the identification of the Buddha with the Dharma or with suchness or nirvana, etc., might be seen as expressions of a Tawheed at once radical and mystical. Yeah, which is strictly predicated on extinction, nirvana, precisely, out, vana, blowing, the idea being akin to a flame being blown out by the wind. If Buddhist teachings are read in the light of the chasm which separates language, and with it all formal concepts, from the reality consummated through enlightenment, many puzzling paradoxes will be grasped as inevitable shadows cast on the plane of thought by that which deconstructs all thought and negates the limitations of specific consciousness. The negation of these. Oh,
No, no, no. I mean, I get what he's saying with that part, with the
yeah,
fanah, because I get what he's saying with that part, but he just trying to make it because, but okay, this is fanah, but even after fanah is to make you have a life with God. So it's like you extinct the light, you die in the life of this world, but you get a life in the world to come. So it's not like it's like I don't know, it's comparable, but it's not the same thing. But it's comparable, but it's not. I don't know if it's the same thing. You know what I'm trying to say?
right, right.
But it's comparable. Yes, Fana will be comparable, but at the same time, I don't see how it is an expression of a Tawheed at once radically mystical. I
Nah,
don't see that part.
that's,
I don't see
yeah,
he's trying to throw that he does that. I don't know why he's trying to throw that in there. Like where is his Tawheed? I'm not saying Tawheed isn't in Buddhism, right? But where but you haven't demonstrated Tawheed. You might
it's
you
not
haven't
though. He's
demonstrated
just
it.
saying it's like this, but it's not. Like, it's
It's
not
not like
though.
it. It's not like it at
Yeah,
all. I don't see
yeah.
that point.
I
He's like
don't
trying to throw it
either.
in there.
I don't either. All right. So the negation of these limitations of specificity imply the affirmation of liberating affinity. Whatever can be distinctly perceived by the mind is other than the ultimate truth, and is thus to be relinquished.
Not necessarily because some things are signs to God, so not to be relinquished. I don't necessarily agree with that necessarily because it's like what the ultimate truth is God, but doesn't mean that this truth is almost like the Dharma and the little Dharma and the small Dharmas and the it's like one is creation, one is the absolute, but it's not like it's like I don't know. I mean I'm not totally hooked on that point right there. I'm
Yeah.
not hooked on that point. I'm not hooked on
Same.
that point. No.
Okay. Thought has to give away to being, in other words, mental fabrication. To quote the Avatamsaka Sutra, it is to give way to a state of enlightened being, having no doubt as to truth, forever ending mental fabrication, not producing a discriminating mind. This is awareness of enlightenment. That's the Flower Ornament Sutra. The fact that this absence of discrimination is far from a kind of vacuity,
Yeah, look that up. Acuity. I think it means like openness, lack
lack
of
of thought or intelligence or
It's
emptiness,
almost like a
empty
vacuum. It's
space,
almost like a vacuum.
empty headedness. Okay, the fact that this absence of discrimination is far from a kind of empty-headedness or
Purity,
thoughtlessness
thoughtlessness. Yeah.
in the conventional sense is brought home by the Sutra of Huineng, referring to the perfect wisdom of prajna, or the ultimate state of enlightenment. The word thoughtlessness is in fact used. 38. The sutra has the distinction of being the only sutra spoken by a native of China. According to Wang Mu Lam, translator, the name sutra is normally applied only to sermons of the Buddha, and this shows the high esteem in which this discourse is held in Chan. So this isn't even by the Buddha. Okay, so to obtain liberation is to attain samadhi of prajna, which is thoughtlessness. What is thoughtlessness? Thoughtlessness is to see and to know all dharmas with a mind free from attachment. When it in use, it pervades everywhere, and yet it sticks nowhere. But to refrain from thinking of anything so that all thoughts are suppressed is to be dharma ridden, and this is a wrong view or erroneous view. As mentioned in the introduction, it would not be appropriate to compare Buddhist doctrine with Islamic dogma as if they were situated on the same plane. It is
That part
my
I don't necessarily agree with. I don't necessarily.
yeah,
I don't see. That's the whole point. See, he makes the terrible points, but in the actual see, look, I think comparability does not mean it's the same. It just means that you can make it a comparison to it. You know what I'm saying? It
right.
don't mean it gotta be similarities. Yes, I'm not saying there's similarity in theology, but they're comparable as religion. They're definitely comparable. But I don't agree with that whole part. And that's what we did earlier. First, he act like it's not comparable, but then says we can't compare. Then we can't compare. It's almost like
Yeah, it's like you don't know.
he's beginning the disclaimer please don't kill me disclaimer again. That's what he's starting with. Remember that please don't kill me disclaimer.
Yeah, exactly.
He's starting with that please don't kill me disclaimer again. Oh man, that's what he's coming back to.
Right, right. Okay, so
Yeah, it's mentioned in the
it
introduction.
is, yeah, it is marifa, spiritual wisdom within Islam, and not so much akida, its formal creed, which can be fruitfully compared to Buddhist doctrine. Uh,
No, I don't agree with that because Buddhists still have four noble truths, have this eightfold path. They still
we
have
definitely
Akita.
have a creed. Like we definitely had
Yeah,
a
yeah,
creed.
exactly. I'm about to say.
Yeah. But in as much as Marifa, as expounded by such authorities as Al Ghazali, is in complete harmony with the Quran and the prophetic Sunnah, the spiritual coordinates which one can find between Islamic spirituality and Buddhism, helps to uncover the transcendent common ground between Islam as such, and not simply its metaphysical dimensions, and Buddhism as such. Baka of the enlightened ones. Returning to the idea of the non existence of the enlightened ones, in the following citation from the immensely influential Diamond Sutra of the Mahayana tradition, we see that the enlightened ones do exist, but that their true reality is sustained not by themselves, but by the pure Absolute, referred to in our opening citation from the Udana as the non-compound asamskrta. Asamskrta. This Dharma, which the Tathagata has fully known or demonstrated, it cannot be grasped, it cannot be talked about. It is neither a Dharma nor a no Dharma. And why? Because an absolute exalts the holy persons. Avamshkri Prabhavitava. Asamskrta Prabhavita ki. Arya Pudgala. Jeez.
Man, that's that
Diamond
deep.
Sutra. Okay, so the Diamond Sutra.
Wait,
Here,
wait. That's the as. Wait, wait. It's a as. Wait, don't move it. Asam, asam, asam script pra vita.
yeah, they have some really super long words, like really, really super long words. Um, India's first satellite was named Aryabhata. Okay. Um, yeah, I feel like we tried to look that up before and couldn't find anything. Okay. Here again, here again, one can make use of the Sufi concept of baka or substance. Those who exist subsequent to the experience of extinction are sustained only by the reality of God, not by their own existence. This whole doctrine derives its Quranic orthodoxy from, among others, the verse cited earlier: everything thereon is passing away, fan, and there subsists Yabka, only the face of your Lord, owner of majesty and glory. 55:26 and 27. The mystic who has undergone extinction has, by very fact, also concretely realized the non existence of all other things than God. All things that are in a
This,
state
this,
of.
that's kufr.
Okay, the mystic who has undergone extinction, by that very fact, also concretely realized the non existence of all things other than God.
That's pantheism. He's saying talking pantheism now. Now Sunnis might believe in
Oh,
pantheism, but that's a Sunni belief. He's trying to make a pantheistic, like Islam is pantheistic. And that's maybe, I mean, that's not orthodoxy. That might be part of Sunnism, but that's not orthodoxy. I'll tell you that much.
all things that are in a state of passing away, even while apparently subsisting. Having died to his own illusory existence, it's God's face alone that subsists.
Yeah, but if God's face alone that subsists, God's face is not God. It's just it's just the full expression of creation.
And
It's
it
like an
is,
allegory. It's not like God
yeah,
is. It's not like you know what I'm saying. It's not like It's not like literally God's face.
right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
That subsist, and it is through that substance that the individual himself subsists, his face or essence being in reality not his but God's. Nothing exists, as we saw earlier, apart from God and the face or the essence of God, which shines through all things.
The face and essence of God is
Ooh,
not the same thing. It's like no, it's not. It's not. It's
ooh.
Cooper. This is Cooper like a mug. It's super Cooper. It's super Cooper.
Not even like level 1 Kufr, this is like level 10 Kufr.
Yeah, it is.
Pick up
Like level 10
Ultra,
Cooper.
man. Pick up, man. Good to see you, Ultra. I haven't seen you in a while, and I hope
Yeah,
everything's okay. Pick up, man.
yeah, what's up, Ultra? Yeah, what's up? What's up, Ultra? What's up, Kajos Retro Gaming?
Yep,
Oh,
big
three.
up, big up. Hit the like.
Yeah.
Big up to everyone in the place.
This is Adnan's favorite topic. Adnan said, "I love baka." Yeah, this always talks about this baka and fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Marifa, Fana.
Adnan's favorite
Big
thing
up,
from the world.
Aran, bro. Big
Yeah,
up.
man. Hey, so we're getting to your thing, Anna, but he's not making the right assumptions, Anna, because he's making it seem like the face. 'Cause all the end is gonna be God's face. Yes, we know that. I know that part, but he's making it seem like nothing else exists. Like creation doesn't exist. I mean, creation does exist. Yeah, we call it the wadat al shahud, meaning unity of existence. Okay, okay. Let's make a We're gonna have a segue. We're gonna have a little lesson today. We're gonna look up wadat al shahud. Search W is like WAHDAT. What that?
WAHDAT.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yes. What that? And then put Shahud. Put SHU. Yeah, what
Oh,
that Shahud. Just go
Shahuf
down. Yeah, that Shahud. She's what that Shahud and what that yes.
has often been translated into English as apparentism.
Yep.
In Arabic, it literally means unity of witness, unity of perception, unity of appearance, or oneness of manifestation.
Yes, that's God's face. Yep, exactly. Go to the whole page. Yeah, yeah. Is the two different things. It's like go to see the Wada Shahu. Okay, okay, go back again. Go back. Don't even go to this. Go back to this pure because see, he's looking from a Wada. See, look, he's doing it. See, look. Okay, go to Wada Ashahud. Wada Shahud save his position. Go to that. Go to that one. Yeah, because he's looking at it. Because see, that position, the Wada Awajud is a heretical position. It's like a pantheistic position, but some people have that position.
Okay.
What is the guy saying?
So Abu Jafar Muhammad ibn al Saba and Ali ibn Hujr al Sadi narrated to me, both from Sharik ibn Hujr, said Sharik informed us from Abd al Malik ibn Umayr, from Abu Salama, from Abu Huraira, from the Prophet, bless him and grant him peace, he said, the truest word spoken by a pre Islamic Arab in poetry is this verse of Labid: Behold, apart from Allah, everything is vain.
I don't know.
Sahih Muslim.
This just seems like yeah, because some people say wada ashahu, because this seems like wada awahud, and that's invalid. One is a perception.
Hmm. So
It's
some
not.
people adduce the poem of Labid, Allah will be pleased with him, as proof that the doctrine of oneness of being, Wahad al-Wajud, is correct. This doctrine, along with its corresponding doctrine of the oneness of perception, Wadat al-Shuhud, is not among the doctrines that are necessary in the religion to know or to believe in their validity or invalidity. Rather, it's best not to be preoccupied with it and not to discuss it because it's a dangerous subject, discussion of which may lead to heresy, zandaka, and apostasy. Idul
All right, hey,
Khan.
go to another page. Go, don't go there. 'Cause You're not gonna really treat it. This page is not gonna really treat the issue. This is a Salafist page. See, go down, go down. But anyway, that's the two perspectives. But and if okay, go to the Sufi metaphysics page on Wikipedia. That might be a little bit better. Right. So now go down.
Okay.
Yes.
Sufi metaphysics is centered on the concept of wada, unity,
Yeah.
or Tawhid. Two main Sufi philosophies prevail on this topic. Wada al Wajud literally means unity of existence or unity of being.
Yes.
Wujud, existence, presence, here refers to God. On the other hand, Wada
Shahud.
Ashuhud
Yes.
means apparentism or
Yes.
monotheism of witness,
Yes.
holds that God and his creation are entirely separate.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Because the Wada Ashahud is the Orthodox opinion. Then the Wada Al Wahud is like the Sufi and Sunni type of opinion.
Mm. Some scholars have claimed that the difference between the two differ only in semantics and that the entire debate is merely a collection of verbal controversies which have come about because of ambiguous language. However, the concept of the relationship between God and the universe is still actively debated both among Sufis and between Sufis and non-Sufi Muslims.
Yeah, because it's in a Sufi metaphysics page, but it's not this argument is not necessarily a Sufi argument. This is an argument within regular Orthodox Islam as well. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They put it under Sufi metaphysics, but it's not a necessarily Sufi argument. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Everybody has this is a metaphysical argument that transcends either Sufism or not Sufism. It's just a just it's more accurately Islamic metaphysics, but it's not necessarily a Sufi metaphysics.
Okay. Some Sufis, such as Ahmad Sirindi, have criticized Wahat al-Wujud. Ahmad Sirindi wrote about the sayings that the universe has no existence of its own and is a shadow of the existence of the necessary being. He also wrote that one should discern the existence of the universe from the absolute and that the absolute does not exist because of existence, but because of his essence. I don't know.
Yeah, go to what Shahud. Let's go to explaining it.
Okay, so Wada Ashuhud or Wada El Shuhud has often been translated into English as apparentism. In Arabic, it literally means unity of witness or unity of perception, appearance, or oneness of
It comes
manifestation.
from the same root word we say La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. The same Wada Shahud comes from the same root word as Shahada.
Okay.
That's the essence of the Shahada. It's Wada Shahud.
Out of those who oppose the doctrine of wujud, there were those who substituted the pole of subject for the object. Formulating the doctrine of Wada al Shuhud, the school was formulated by Al Adalia Simnoni, was to attract many followers in India, including Ahmed Sirindi, who provided some of the most widely accepted formulations of the doctrine in the Indian subcontinent. According to Sirindi's doctrine, any experience of unity between God and the created world is purely subjective and occurs only in the mind of the believer. It has no objective counterpart in the real world. The former position Sheikh Ahmad felt led to pantheism, which is contrary to the tenets of Sunni Islam. He held that God and creation are not identical, rather, the latter is a shadow or reflection of the divine's name and attributes when they are reflected in the mirrors of their opposite non beings. Adam Mutakabila. Abu Hafs Umar al Surawardi and Abdel Karim Jili were also proponents of apparentism. Apparentism. Okay,
Right.
apparentism.
to make it more complex, because they're still saying it from a Sufi perspective, but to make it more complex, it's just saying that I don't agree with the way they're explaining what Ashahud, but the main argument is this: is like is if it's one entity, if it's one essence, that means everything is similar. That means the creation and creation are not the same. That's why we say Wahad Ashahud, because it's like, yes, there's one manifestation. Yes, the Creator manifests everything, but not everything is but not everything is the Creator because He manifested it. Hold on for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a quick call. Hold on for a brief second.
Sure, sure. So yeah, interesting stuff, you guys. Interesting stuff going on. Some of the stuff is definitely a stretch, but we knew this going into it. And so in general, we got in the chat. Oh no, so yeah. What y'all thinking so far? Crazy concepts, yeah. I'm gonna try to find these. Alright, 77. Someone remember 77. Alright, let me see. This Ibid, how you call it? Source. Ibid. Don't get it. Alright, so bibliography. Actually, what do I do? Search. Ibid. Dot. Okay, see. Ibid. Volume 1. Oh, did he get kicked out? Um, it's the same link, Mr. Palo. Same one as the one above, so you could just click the last link in the message and let me get back there. There we go.
Hello.
Yep, there we go. Cool.
Okay. My bad. Okay, my bad. Anyway.
That's okay. No
Yeah.
problem.
I had to take a call real quick. Anyway, yes, I had to tell somebody I'm in the middle of I tell somebody I'm in the middle of recording. Anyway, yeah. Um.
Oh.
Yes. So we so where we at?
So yeah, we're talking
Yeah,
about the face.
yeah, basically, guys. Yeah. So basically,
Shines
that's
through all things. Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, because the thing about it in Muslim, you have to be careful about getting into pantheism and things like that, because you can get into pantheism if you have what I wajud. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's the danger of it, because you don't want to get into pantheism, because you have to separate always the creator from the creation. Even though the creator creates the creation, he's transcends what he made. He's superior. I mean, he just made it. Is his expression, but it's not. But he's beyond his expression. It's like he
Mm.
said something, but he's more than what he said. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. In this light, it's possible to see why is it that on one hand the Buddha states that he has known the Dharma, and on the other that it cannot be grasped, talked about, and that in fact is neither Dharma nor non-Dharma, insofar as all such characterizations of the absolute derive from the individual standpoint, and that insofar as the individual's existence is strictly illusory on its own account, all such characterizations of the absolute cannot but assume the nature of an illusion, or at best a provisional means, upaya, of expressing the inexpressible. In the Diamond Sutra, we read the paradox that the truth declared by the Buddha is neither real nor unreal. Subhuti, the Tathagata, is he who declares that which is true, he who declares that which is fundamental, he who declares that which is ultimate. Subhuti, that truth to which the Tathagata has attained, is neither real nor unreal. The truth, which can be defined in terms of a polarity constituted by reality versus unreality, cannot be the ultimate truth. A truth that, wait, the
A
truth
truth.
which can be defined in terms of a polarity. So that's like opposite. Constituted by reality. Polarity constituted by reality versus
Hey, can
unreality.
you make the page bigger? Can you make the page bigger? Can you make the writing bigger? Yeah, make it. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Uh,
I'll make it bigger. Make it like that. Yep. And then can you just drag it, drag, can you drag it? Yeah, drag it like that.
um,
Oh, drag it to the right. Can you drag it to the right a little bit? To the centers a little bit. Yeah, yep. There we go. Boom. There we go. So I can read it better, only because like my tablet's running out of battery and then it's been charging all the time, but
uh,
it charges slower than
then it
the
drains.
yeah, it charges slower than it
Okay.
drains. Yes.
Okay. So that alone is truth which transcends the domain in which such dualistic notions can be posited. It is not a truth which can be qualified as real, for its very truth must be absolutely one with reality. Its own suchness must be its entire truth and reality, and cannot be known as real or true in any final sense except by itself.
I mean,
I don't even
I
know.
mean, I mean, I mean, it's a lot of it's a lot of this doctrine. I mean, we have to go through.
Yeah,
It's something that we have to go through. But it's just a lot of
philosophical
yeah, dude. Yeah,
freaking
it's a lot of just
stuff going on.
he has to go through the technicalities. That alone, which
Mm,
transcends the not the dualistic cannot be posited. It is not truth that can be qualified as real. For its very truth must be absolutely one with the idea. Yes, that's true. Its own suchness must be entirely truth and reality cannot be known as real or true in any final by itself. I mean, it's like, it's a lot of just, it just seems like a lot of unnecessary gymnastics.
mm-hmm.
It's just like a lot of gymnastics for what now? Like, why are we doing all this
Yeah,
gymnastics for? Yeah.
yeah, I agree. The following dialogue between the same disciple, Subhuti, and the Buddha brings home the paradox of this absolute that can only be known by itself, by its own suchness, or tathata. Okay, Subhuti, if, O Lord, outside suchness, no separate dharma can be apprehended, then what is that dharma that will stand firmly in suchness, or that will know this full enlightenment, or that will demonstrate this dharma? Buddha, outside suchness, no separate dharma can be apprehended that could stand firmly in suchness. The very suchness, to begin with, cannot be apprehended, how much less that which can stand firmly in it. Suchness does not know full enlightenment, and on the dharmic plane no one can be found who has either known full enlightenment, will know it, or does know it. Suchness does not demonstrate Dharma, and on the Dharmic plane, no one can be found who could demonstrate it.
Hey,
What?
I would have to talk to a Dharma guy, but a Dharma guy had to explain this one to me. 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know enough about Dharma to analyze that to break
42.
that down. I don't know enough about Dharma to break that down. That's like I
Yeah,
need a
don't
Dharma guy to
either.
come break that down for me.
Alright, so like he's using a lot of Mahayana scriptures. Um, Nobody, not even the Buddha, can demonstrate the absolute because such a demonstration requires concepts and language, and the absolute suchness transcends all concepts. For this reason, the Buddha stresses the need to be stripped of all thought coverings, or achita avaran. Thought, by its very nature, covers and thus obscures the source or substance or root of its own consciousness. It is only when thought assumes the nature of a transparent veil over its own substratum of consciousness that an authentic wisdom is attained. If thought is seen through, then the thinker, the agent of thought, is in a sense extinguished before the source and goal of thought. So to say thinker is to deny the sole reality of the absolute nature of consciousness.
I don't see how that's the case. I don't see that. But
To say thinker is to deny the sole reality of the absolute nature of consciousness, whence the paradox that the Dharma is both known by the Buddha and unknown by him. It is both attained and not attained.
I don't know any of this stuff. This is just so much Dharma stuff. I would need a Dharma guy to come tell me. Unless you could tell me, I would need a Dharma. I mean, you would have to tell me I would need a Dharma guy because this is just totally out of my knowledge. I do not know enough about Dharma to break this whole thing down about the corner of
Okay,
Dharma.
so nobody, not even the Buddha, can demonstrate the absolute. Okay, so he can't I'm gonna, when I see absolute, like, I'm gonna think
Demonstrate
Nirvana.
God.
In,
Okay,
I'm gonna think Nirvana in my head. Okay,
okay,
so he
because
can't.
even we say the prophet was a demonstration, we call it the prophet Al Burhan, who a demonstration
Mm,
of Islam, and Islam is God's own religion. So it's like he could demonstrate being the face of God in a way. You could demonstrate. That's why even if you look at the Shia world, they call the leaders Ayatollah, and that's not even wrong to call them that because everybody's you could be a sign of God. You could be a direct manifestation of God's will, and that's how ultimately everything is. It just depends on the level of understanding because everything is God's will because God controls everything. So it's almost like so but then again, nobody, not even Buddha. I don't know that from an Islamic perspective because I would say the prophet was a demonstration, but then I don't know if he's not a demonstration of God because he's not himself God, but he's a sign of God. It's a manifestation, but then again, I mean, I would need a Dharma guy to come tell me that because I would still think that it's a it's not a manifestation of God, but it's a creation, it's a manifestation of God's will, and that's not demonstration. Okay, you can't demonstrate God, but you can demonstrate His will because you can't,
mm,
you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I would say I kind of get what he's saying. I kind of get what he's
mm,
saying, but yeah, because you're right, because you can't demonstrate God. Even absolute in Islam, you can't demonstrate God. You can demonstrate His will though. Like His will is going to be done on earth as it is going to be done on earth as is in heaven. Even the same concept, it's going to be done, but because demonstration requires concepts and language, and the absolute transcends all concepts. And no, and see, and that's the thing about it. The absolute does transcend all concepts, but he still gives you concepts as a mercy. He gives us Allah, he gives us Ar Rahman, Ar Rahim, he gives all his names and attributes as a mercy to us. So I mean, let me see the point he's making. For this reason, the Buddha stresses, but then again, he's looking at it from a Buddhist point at this point. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I need a Buddhist to tell. I would need a Buddhist to explain how he's explaining Buddhist. But I mean, it'll be a little. We look at things a little bit different from an Islamic standpoint. But I would need a Buddhist to tell me to explain this to me, or any type of Dharmic to explain this to me from a Dharmic standpoint.
All right, so let me see. All right, so I get that. So he cannot demonstrate nirvana or oneness because such a demonstration, yeah, okay, I get that. So it's something, it transcends all concepts. Right. So you have to be, if you're still seeing and having like eye consciousness and input, sensory input consciousness, then you're not transcending consciousness, right? So that's like thought coverings or achita avarana. So,
Hey, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you something, a point of comparability, right? In
mm,
Islam, the word kufr comes from the word to cover.
okay.
Yeah, kufr means to
Thought,
cover. It means to cover something. Somebody who covers something is kufr, who covers the truth, and it means like truth covering. That's what kufr really is to cover the truth.
okay, so he's saying thoughts cover and obscures the source or substance of root of its own consciousness. So right, so if you're thinking about it, then you're covering the source. It's only when thought assumes the nature of a transparent veil. So like only during meditation when your mind is clear, so that transparent veil can be like meditation over its own substratum, which means an underlying layer or substance, a particular layer of rock or soil beneath the surface. Okay, so it's only when the thought assumes the nature of a transparent veil over its own layers of consciousness that authentic wisdom is attained. So right, so once you strip your thoughts away and see things through pure awareness and not through sensory input, then that's like tapping into or seeing the face of like oneness, I think. So if thought is seen through, then the thinker, yeah, so he's just saying the same thing. So it's a sense extinguished before the source and goal of thought. So even if you say like you've seen through or I'm a thinker, then you're already failing, like pretty much. So all right, so that's pretty much what that's saying. So it's like that raw, like awareness without bias or veils of thoughts. So therefore, Shariputra, it's because of his non-attainmentness that a bodhisattva, though having relied on perfect wisdom, dwells without thought coverings. At the end, he attains to nirvana. So yes, that's basically what I was just saying. So the perfection of wisdom is to take off the input, you know, to get
Okay,
to
the
that
veil.
bare awareness. Yeah. So let us again turn to Al Ghazali, who provides a corresponding formulation referring to not to thought coverings, but to individual faculties. The highest spiritual sciences, Alma and Arif, plural of Marifa, are only revealed to the individual through spiritual states of unveiling or mukashafa, and these in turn are predicated upon the extinction of the individual's consciousness. Fana is the essential prerequisite of this unveiling because the contingencies of the ego, together with its passions, exert an attraction towards the sensible world, which is a world of error and illusion. The real unveils itself completely at death, with the cessation of the power of the senses and the imagination, which turn the heart towards this lower world. Fana refers to a state wherein the senses are pacified not preoccupied, and the imagination is in repose, not generating confusion.
I mean, that's not too bad. He didn't mess that up too much. See, he go to see. I mean, I wouldn't say it the way he said it, but I mean, it's not so bad. I would say that right there is cool for necessarily. I could see where it's coming from. I mean, I don't look at it the same exact way. Is it like a completion of content? I just think it's like a new higher consciousness. You know what I'm trying to say? That's what I would think about it. You know,
Yeah.
when you break from this, when you trade this life for the next life, and you're saying so it's not. So I would. I mean, I mean, it's like saying like it's like you already like tasted it. It's like you've embraced the reality, and it's like, but it's still like not an extinction to me. It was almost it was not an extinction the way they say it. It would be like it's like because you understand God is beyond imagination or fancy or any of these things. So if you want to experience that guidance, you would have to go to like straight a reality, just I mean, it's basically an intuitive. Is an intuitive sensation that's basically takes a sixth sense is the development of a sixth sense in a way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
To attain is the development of a sixth sense. Is just the feeling. It's just intuition. So it's like that sense is how you feel the upper worlds. You know what I'm saying? You feel it through sensations. You don't feel it through your regular senses. You feel it through spiritual sensations at that point. You know, but you're still in your consciousness. That's why you're still in the world, but you become like a stranger to the world because you're living with these sensations while you live in the world that's different. So you have like a you feel the contrasting, but it just lights up this world. Just basically, I mean, it just causes you to live this world in light. It lights up the world for you.
mm,
Yeah, you're supposed to live in the light. You light up the world for you, you know. I mean, so but I see what he's saying. It's not so bad for me to just I'm not gonna knock that whole that whole view of that phenomenon. I'm not gonna knock it. It's not you're not going into things that I could just tell you are just totally heretical. That's not a bad approach to it.
mm.
In that one paragraph, I'm not saying the rest of his stuff wasn't bad. You know what I'm trying to say, but that one
Yeah.
paragraph.
All right. This may be seen as a mystical commentary on the following verses of the Quran. Whoso migrates for the sake of God will find much refuge and abundance in the earth, and whoso forsakes his home, being a fugitive to his God and his messenger, and death overtakes him, his reward is done incumbent upon God, and God is ever forgiving and merciful. 4 and 100. So the death of the body is prefigured in the death of the lower soul in the state of fana.
I would have said I wouldn't call it the death of the lower soul. I would have said the death of the ego. I wouldn't make it like a whole different soul because all I wouldn't.
Oh,
I
like the
mean,
whole lower self type thing.
yeah, it's like a lower ego. It's just your ego.
Yeah,
It's just your vanity. It's just vanity.
yeah,
You're losing
okay.
vanity. Yes, that's more. I would go with vanity, but I see what he's saying. Like he's not saying something so bad that I would say that it's totally wrong. But I wouldn't present. I would just present it a little bit different if it was me. But I see what he's saying though. Keep going.
Okay, let us return to Nagarjuna's fundamental distinction between the two truths, as this will help place in context the concordance between the two traditions as regards the conception of the pure absolute. The teaching of the doctrine by the Buddhas is based upon two truths: truth relating to the worldly convention and truth in terms of ultimate fruit. It is on this level of conventional truth, the Samvriti Satyam, that one can situate the explanations pertaining to the whole process of dependent origination, impermanence, and suffering. The truth of reality pertaining to ultimate fruit, Paramartha, however, transcends this entire domain. The word fruit, artha, Pali, atta, which can also be translated as consequence or result, draws our attention to the existential unfolding of reality consequent upon enlightenment. The discovery of the truth or reality, satyam, is not to be found on the level of formal thought and by the empirically defined individual. Rather, it is the indescribable fruit of the experience of enlightenment. All right, so
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain that all that stuff. That's all the dharmic stuff. That's all some super dharmic stuff. I'm just trying to soak it in. This dharma, 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 dharma.
okay, the truth relating to worldly convention and truth in terms of ultimate truth. So he's talking about like
Ultimate
on
fruit,
a
in terms of ultimate fruits.
ultimate fruit. Okay.
See, cause see, and that's one thing that I don't necessarily go by that way of thinking. There's two types of truth. It's almost like the two type of dharma thing. It's almost like let the
Yeah.
it's almost like that same thing. Is that the same way of doing the same way of describing things? That I don't um I wouldn't take that approach. I can't necessarily say I know everything to say it's totally wrong, 100%. But it's like I personally wouldn't take that approach. I mean, it goes against my instincts.
Yeah, this is a whole philosophy by this ancient guy Nagarjuna who was like I don't know, one of the like Buddhist like philosophers of did he live? So he lived in South India and found this school of thought called Madhyamaka. Refers to a tradition of Buddhist philosophy and practice founded by the Indian philosopher Nagarjuna. The foundational text of Madhyamaka tradition. So it sounds like he kind of made a whole new or a whole kind of thought of philosophy. Okay, so he's relating something that a philosopher made about two fruits. So like the ultimate truth, like what we have to do in this world to achieve the ultimate fruit. It sounds like okay, it's not to be found on the level of formal thought and by empirically defined individual. Rather, right. So he's just saying it's not like in the real world, like a formal thought and like it's in the existence of reality or the plain positive content of this enlightenment. Absolute reality is thus not denied when the formal designations of that reality are undermined, contradicted, or ignored. I don't know what that means. Positive content of this enlightenment, absolute reality, is thus not
Yeah,
denied.
what's the way you don't know what it means? What you know what it means?
No, I'm just trying to make sense of this word. So it's not denied when the formal designations of that reality are undermined. What is contradicted by the Buddha is the idea that the ultimate reality can be adequately designated, contained, and still less realized on the level of formal thought by the individual, both being bound up by relativity of namarupa, name and form, This explains why some texts, even the idea of ultimate reality being uncompounded, is contradicted.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, see, that's a lot now. Nice, because now you're saying
Yeah.
the uncompounded is even contradicting. So what's if you have the uncompounded and the compounded, like the uncompounded is supposed to be the simple reality, but that's so there's no such thing as uncompounded now? Like, I don't know, man. I gotta figure all this out. But I'm gonna read some comments. Okay, shout out General. Some guy named General came in. I don't know who you are, but shout out. What's up, General? Yo. Johnny John said, Madi Yamaka. He spelled it wrong. Said Madi Yamaka, and he said, I believe the base of Mayana. I believe it's the base of Mayana Buddhism.
Mm.
And then Anna said Mayana consists of yoga, chara, and Madhyamaka, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Madhyamaka and Naga
Nagarjuna.
and Nagarjuna.
Yeah, I've been learning about
So
these guys. So, like Dharmakirti and Dignaga and Nagarjuna. Like, there's so many ancient Buddhist, like, philosophers and epistemologists that, like, they have, like,
what's
works.
epistemology again? What's the meaning of epistemology? So for the
It's
audience, I don't even know exactly. I heard that word 1,000 times,
it's
but
how
I
we
never
know
know.
things. So, like, how we
Oh,
know
epistemology.
things.
Okay, yeah, how we know things. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Ontological means the nature of being. And epistemology is how
Mm-hmm.
we know things. Okay, it's knowledge. It is a study of knowledge.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Like how
Epistemology.
we know, yeah, like how we know things. It's crazy. Like it's so I don't know, like philosophy. I'm trying to learn it. Like I've actually like been listening to like
Look.
some YouTube videos on like terminology and stuff like this, and it's so
Nah,
tough.
but I'm gonna tell you the truth though. But that's how we all can have a comparability if we all start looking at all these traditions as philosophies. We can all compare them as philosophy. I'm not gonna say they're gonna be the
Yeah.
exact same theologies, but that's just what we're trying to get to. We trying to get to a human philosophy that we all could talk about, so we have a common ground or a philosophical line of communication across all humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Right, right.
So we got to
All
get these
right.
philosophies down because that's the only way we're gonna be able to communicate everything to each other. Or we got to make this, or we got to simplify it, or make some type of communication. We got to use, we got to use philosophy, not let philosophy use us.
Mm. Okay. So okay, yeah. So the Buddha's reality is subtle and hard to fathom. No words or speech can reach it. It is not compounded or uncompounded. Its essential nature is void and formless. So
Yeah,
it's
and that
just
goes back
saying
to
the
the
same
Buddhism.
thing, the flower ornament scripture. All right. So it's just saying the same thing as before. So referring to the ultimate reality as uncompounded is an error, not because the ultimate
So what?
reality is in fact
Like one time it's compounded, now it's compounded now. Okay. Let's.
yeah, like
So trying to say, trying to say that some people. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe trying to clear. He's trying to clear orthodoxy in Buddhism from heresy, but then he's gonna say there's no such thing as orthodoxy because you can't. I don't. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep fighting through this.
oh jeez. Referring to the ultimate reality as uncompounded is an error, not
Is
because the
Uncle Paul is
ultimate
error, man.
reality is in fact compounded, but because the very fact of verbally designating it as uncompounded is already tantamount to an act of compounding. Oh, okay, so I get
What?
it. So he's just saying in a really stupid way that once you verbalize and put a label on it, you're already compounding, you're already making it into a concept. Like just labeling it is putting a concept on it. Like
Yeah,
it's making
but
it compounding
I,
it.
I I get it, but like that's so different than how we look at things in the Islamic world because we look at the labels as gifts. You know what I'm saying? We look at the names and the labels like God, Allah. We look at all the 99 names as gifts. So we like we study the names and we do dhikr. It's called remembrance of God. Like we might say the names each name 30 times. You know what I'm trying to say? Just to say it. We just might use it, keep saying the names, repeating the names, and because we think it's like it's like it's almost like a rope. It's like God giving us a rope to hold on to Himself. That's the way we look at the
Yeah.
at these things. So we look at things a lot differently. in terms of this, in terms of in this aspect, we look at things differently.
Okay, referring. Okay, there is the uncompounded reality on one hand, and the description of it as uncompounded. Putting the two together means that one has left the presence of the uncompounded and embraced the compounded. All right, so he's just saying the same thing again and again. The final verse of the passage quoted, its essential nature is void and formless, could just as well be contradicted for the very same reason as the one contradicts the idea of reality being uncompounded. Holding on to the idea of reality being void or formless itself undermines the voidness of that. Oh my god. It's like he's
He
doing a
just
conception thing, like
like,
Inception.
he's doing a sutra. He's talking in a sutra type fashion. He's like a sutra type thing. Yeah, but yeah, but
Repetitive.
this and this about it, but it's not
Yeah,
about it.
it's
It's
so
about it.
repetitive.
It's about it.
Mm,
Hey, this sound like he been reading sutras.
yeah, yeah.
He read sutra before he did the books. I'm gonna write this passage like I'm writing a sutra.
Holding guns. Okay, being for okay.
And acts.
And acts as a mental barrier preventing one from being submerged in it. Again, according to the flower ornament scripture, things expressed by words, those of lesser wisdom wrongly discriminate, and therefore create barriers, and don't comprehend their own minds. If one can see the Buddha, one's mind will have no grasping. Such a person then Such a person can then perceive truth as the Buddha knows it. Okay? And here he goes back to Tawheed. In terms of Islamic spirituality, the very thought of Tawheed on the mental plane can itself become an obstacle in the path of the spiritual realization of Tawheed.
Absolutely
How?
not. Absolutely not. Absolutely
How?
not. How?
How? I
That's
don't
so
get
nonsensical. It
how.
doesn't make any type of sense. That's so Cooper right there. That is so Cooper. I can't believe this. This is super Cooper. This is so super Cooper, man. This is so Cooper right now, man. Wow. This is really Cooper, man. This is super Cooper. Wow. Hey,
Yeah,
I'm just
okay.
letting on record. I don't. I mean, hey, I have to object. I have to object to this as a heretical viewpoint. I mean, how like how does that? Where you getting that from? Okay, let's keep reading. Let's see if he. If, I'm gonna see his what. I can't believe he could justify it, but
His
let's see what he
logic,
says.
yeah.
Let's see his logic.
Okay,
Mhm.
so he says a realization which is predicated not just on the elimination of all mental constructs, but also on the extinction of individual consciousness. Any
No, not
cons.
individual content, but individual opinion. Yes, if you, I mean, it's a burden. Okay, look, in the Quran, we talk about in life, we talk about the two burdensome species, right? We say mankind and genkind are two burdensome species because they're
Yeah,
burdened with the burden with the weight of their opinion. So yeah, we're burdened with our opinion, but they're trying to turn all your consciousness into your just ego, your opinions and fancies and your passion. That's not the entirety of consciousness to us. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the lower consciousness. So you could say that's just the vanity. Yes, yes, and the elimination of vanity, but not necessarily
mm,
consciousness. We're still mindful. I mean, consciousness. We Islam is a religion of mindfulness. It's not about losing your mind. It's about clearing your mind of vanity. You know.
right,
So
right.
it's a difference. So I mean, I don't agree with how he's saying it, and I don't agree how Tawheed, the intellectual, the mental plane can stop the path, the spiritual plane of the reality. I know. That's totally like kufr to me. That's totally kufr. Let's see let's see what he does with it. Let's see what he does with it. Okay.
All right, any concept, even true ones, will entrench that consciousness and thus is wrong from the higher point of view of the reality which transcends all concepts.
Absolutely not. How?
So
How?
you're saying by
How?
making it a concept, called labeled Tawheed,
How though?
you're
That's he's trying to make it. He's trying to make Islam sound like it's Buddhism.
yeah, like he's trying to put our things on yours now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's trying to
Yeah,
do.
like
That's what he's trying to do.
yeah. Like, I clocked that. All right. Buddhist conceptions of the absolute are thus fashioned according to this paradoxical requirement, right? To conceive of the absolute in a way which reveals the ultimate inadequacy of all concepts, right? But that's us, that's not y'all. And which focuses on all spiritual aspiration on making a leap from the plane of finite thought to the plane of infinite reality. I don't know, because we're not supposed to really see it as two planes, but okay.
Yeah.
Another way
Wait.
is
What's he saying? He just saying stuff now. He just saying. He
no,
just
he's
like
saying
saying.
like you got like our okay version of Nirvana, right? Um, sorry, I was just checking my phone.
It's
So
okay.
our version of the absolute, right? Like we have to strip away and look at without any biases or without any labels. And like you said, it's almost paradoxical, like requirement, right? To conceive it in a way that reveals like with no concepts, right? But then like so he's saying like that's what our like Buddhist conceptions of it will be fashioned to this requirement, right? So he's
Okay, yeah,
saying
but he's trying to
another
make this Islam sound like Buddhism,
right, right. So
and it doesn't. And it is. Okay, Anna said, "What is kufr?" Okay, the only I just want to answer Anna's question real quick. Kufr is any detraction from God's majesty. And part of his majesty is knowing Tawheed. So we actually taught to do their dhikr on Tawheed. We supposed to mentally attach to in order to remember it, to think about it, and that's part of our meditation. So it's like he's going against Islamic thought completely by trying to say the mentalization of Tawheed, it goes against the spiritualization of it, when no, our mentalization of it is what attaches us to the dhikr, to remember, and that's our attachment to the meditation.
mm,
So it's like we don't. It's like the names. It's like saying the names of God. The names is 99 names is a detraction from God. No, it's not. It's a gift from Him to us to attach, so we can meditate on it. We're supposed to meditate on these names. So it's called dhikr. In Islam, it's called dhikr. We're supposed to dhikr on these things. So I mean, this is heretical. I mean, the way he's presenting it is heretical to Islam, and he's trying to make he's trying to input Buddhist thought in a way into Islam, which will be heretical in the classical Islamic sense. That's my objection right now of the current discourse he's presenting.
okay. So he's saying those who seek the truth shouldn't seek anything. Seeking a thing will ensure that the truth of all things will not be found. Even having a view of a thing will prevent one from seeing all things. No view is seeing, which can see all things. If one has any views about things, this is not seeing anything. But this verse means like any views is like biases or any view on it. Like it's not, I don't know, seeing itself as in sight, but it's like, all right, the attitude may be summed up succinctly in the words which come a few verses later, divorcing the concept of things. It is not the ultimate nature of things that's negated. Rather, what is negated is their susceptibility to adequate conceptualization. That ultimate nature can be delivered or glimpsed only in a flash of pure supraconceptual awareness. So the best teaching, the best concept is that which predisposes one to this mode of initiative cognition, which
I mean, I
arises.
agree with that one sentence, but
Mm,
that's what dhikr is for. Dhikr is to meditate us to get to marifa. But so I just that one sentence. I agree with that one sentence. That's that one. That's the only part I agree with. So the best teaching or concepts that would predispose, yeah, because it's training. You basically wants to train your mind to live out its intuitive is intuitive cognition. So it's basically trying to say is to develop a sixth sense. Is the mental training. You know what I'm trying to say?
right,
To have those spiritual awarenesses and sensations where you could be guided in life. Yes, it's to train yourself to accept the guidance that's coming that's coming from your own nature or we call it fitra in Islam. That's coming from your own nature. Yes, it's to root you to your it's just to make the intellectual environment or the cognitive environment that your intuition works for you in the proper way. You know what I'm saying? So I get that one sentence that makes sense. That one sentence out of the whole whatever he's saying that one only that one I could kind of sort of see that one sentence.
hmm
The rest of it in terms of flash is super. It's not a flash. It's sensations all the time. You could always get sensations. If you could live in a life full of spiritual sensations. It's not just a flash. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's not just a flash. I don't know what he's talking about that part, but I just know that the one sentence is okay. But of course, the best teaching is of course the thing that builds your spiritual senses. Of course, that's true. But okay, anyway, we keep going.
all right, which arises more of a state of inner being than a formal thought. The ultimate reality, far from being negated in this perspective, is affirmed in the deepest way in which it can be affirmed, by negating all that can in any way claim to be the real on the level of thought and language, name and form, namarupa, and Islamic terms, la ilaha illallah. So,
La ilaha illallah.
okay.
I mean, he's still trying to make it.
How is that? Does that mean name and form? I thought that meant like God or something.
There is no God except God. But he's trying to say that you know
Oh,
it cannot.
no God except God. No,
Yeah,
no.
la.
By
There's no
negating.
God except God. So yeah, I see what he's saying to a certain extent, but it's just like affirm deepest way, la. I see what he's saying. I mean that one point. Okay, go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. Okay, the intuition, the intuition rise. Okay, but the part that messes up. So, which is supposed much that's the right state of inner being that which arises more out of a state of inner being than a formal thought. I kind of get that the ultimate idea, far from being negated, from this perspective, is affirmed in the deepest way. Yeah. Okay. That's not controversial. That's all right. He didn't mess up from that one sentence I said that's good, and then all the way down to the line of that part. He doesn't really. It's not too bad. He doesn't mess that up too much. He don't mess that up too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. That's not too bad. I'm not saying everything, but from the part I said that was good all the way to la. That's he pretty much gets it. I wouldn't approach it the way he approached it, but I can't say he's approaching. He's approaching that one part. He's not approaching it badly. He's doing all right with that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, to apply the distinction of Nagarjuna between conventional truth, Samvri Satyam, and ultimate fruit, Paramartha, one might say that divorcing the concept of things is a process which must lead from the domain of relative truth. Right, so it starts here. The concept of things is a veil to the domain of ultimate truth, right, wherein resides the transcendent reality of that which is only ever partially conceptualized in the lower self, partially
In the lower
conceptualized,
domain.
lower domain. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
I'm
Okay.
trying to understand in your way you
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. So that
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
resides
sense.
the transcendent reality. of that, which is only ever partially okay, 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 okay. The divorce in question then is not to be applied to the ultimate reality, but to all things which would attempt to imprison its infinitude within within the finite framework of thought.
All right, let's
So I
stop. Let's stop
think
there.
he's just saying the same thing over again.
No, no,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. No, I get what he's trying to say. That's actually a good point to stop. Okay, the
Mm,
reason I want to stop is because is 11:40. Or
yeah.
you want to put a link in, or
Yeah,
you want to do
sure.
something so
Yep.
people could. So anybody want to jump on for the last 20 minutes? See if anybody want to come say what they want to say. Because I know we've been talking, so and anybody want to come on, we always give our audience a chance to come on and give us some feedback. See if anyone want to come on, you could drop a link and and yeah. But that's a good place. That's a good sen I want to review that sentence back again. Let me go look at that one part again. Hold on.
Okay. So
My thing is
it's a good let me see. Mm, the Google Meet link. So the link is in the chat if anyone wants to
yeah. Everybody could
come
get
through.
Google Meet and put that in if you have Google
How do
Meet.
I
Yep.
do the whole like uh
I don't know. Hey, but for now, if you have Google Meet, put that code in. If you have Google Meet, put that code in. But there's another way you can probably do it too. You can send a direct link probably, but I don't know how to do it.
I'm gonna
But put
copy the one I sent you in the Discord.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Do that. That's
Copy
perfect.
message.
Yep, that's exactly what we need to get the Google Meet and display. Yeah, exactly. The one you sent me on Discord. You
Yeah,
can
I
send
don't
that.
know why. I don't know how to get that. Ah, man, it didn't do that. I don't know how to get that whole. It should be so easy. Like, I feel like I'm missing something on the meat. So, show everyone. Search, add people. Oh, here we go. Enter a name? No.
Nah,
Shite.
just get the link.
I know, right? It's like, where
Put the
is
link
it?
there.
Income. No. Recording. Meeting safety. Wow, I'm really like.
I mean, we're working with new software, so whenever you work with new something new, you're always gonna it's a learning curve.
Maybe do I just copy this? Like, copy the
What about the one you sent me
browser, maybe?
on the YouTube? I mean,
I
what about
know,
saying
but then when I did it, like, let me see. Let me try this. Maybe this will work. There you go. I think that. Or just,
hello?
mm,
Hold on, where's your thing? Okay, yeah, okay.
there we go. Jeez. Okay, there's the link actually in the chat. Okay. All right, so this is where we're gonna stop. Yeah.
Yep.
Where were we at?
The Diamond
Framework
Sutra.
of
The
thought,
Diamond
right?
Sutra.
Yeah. Okay.
The Diamond Sutra. Yep. You see, look, see, and that's the thing I want to talk about. See, the reality, but to all things that would attempt to imprison this infinitude with the finite framework of thought. But see, I don't agree with that. See, that from an Islamic standpoint, it doesn't really fly with us because we know our thought is finite, but God gives us things to us to hang on to Him so we can meditate and transcend even our thoughts through spiritual sensations. So to me, it's like a false dichotomy when you're dealing with the creature because when you're dealing with us and creatures already, you have to know that no matter what, we're always finite, so we can't escape our finiteness. You know what I'm saying? We're creatures. We can't escape the creation. You know what I'm trying to say? So we always finite. So no matter what, you cannot say you're imprisoning the infinite with the infinite because it's impossible. Because no way the infinite can be imprisoned by your thoughts anyway. It's already transcendent upon you. Is your job to understand your finiteness and your dependence on the ultimate infinitude.
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So so in an Islamic standpoint, that's like a false dichotomy. It's like an unnecessary dichotomy in Islamic from the Islamic standpoint. This prisoning this attempt to imprison the infinitude with the framework of finite with a finite framework of thought. That's a false dichotomy in the from an Islamic perspective. Anyway,
Hmm.
anybody coming on? Who coming? So the last so we could just for the last you get a time. If Anna ain't want to come on, or Giant John, come on, come talk to us. Or Ultra, come talk to somebody. Come talk to us. You want to talk to us for the last for the end? We end the show. We end the show with your feedback. We want your feedback. Tell tell us what you think of what you heard so far.
Yeah. Where's. Why so religious at? He's usually around here somewhere.
Nah, he didn't show up in the chat today. I didn't see him in the live chat today. I didn't see it. But today, but see, but this one, we didn't pump this one hard. You know what I'm trying to say? We didn't push
Yeah.
it. We didn't,
Yeah.
and things have been slower online and stuff lately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. Like,
A lot of it wasn't like well, I mean there wasn't too much opportunity to advertise a lot for this one coming up, but it's but everybody should already be subscribed to you by now and should have already have notifications on, so you're supposed to still know when Jen pops stuff up, you know. But
well, now that I
yeah,
know like what I'm doing, well, not really, but a little
mhm.
bit on this, I'll be able to like set up the next one early and put the notification out, you know?
Notification, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll
But
get that
everybody
up a
came out.
little.
We still appreciate everybody came out. It's still good. I mean, we started to do this though. No matter what, the series is a good series. We're doing a good series.
There's a
It's,
close connection between the Sufis and the Mahasidas and
who's
the
talking?
Shiavites and the Shaktas. Anan.
And hey, come on, and then speak about that. Come on, get jump. Get Anna. He never like jump. Even on the
You
other,
don't like doing the lives,
he
yeah.
don't like doing live. He don't like coming on live because even we have this other guy, critical African thinkers that and that basically does a lot of the backroom stuff for him. But and that never comes on though. He never comes on the panel. That's how he is. I think he I don't know. That's Anna. He's but at least he's on the live chat. So yeah, I appreciate you being on live chat though, because yeah, he's the live chat champion, but you don't want to come on the panel. You don't come on the
That's
panel.
alright. I mean, I get it. Like,
Yeah, it's not for
you know,
everybody. Some people don't like
no,
it
it's
yet. I
not.
mean, he might like it later. He might like it later, but for now he don't want to. He don't like the panel life.
Yeah.
But he talks on Discord though. If you talk to him on Discord, he'll talk to you. He talks on Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he don't
Yeah.
like the YouTube yet. He don't like the fan. Yeah, Jai Jai, come on, let somebody come on. We read for the last. Oh, we might just add another paragraph or something. You want to just add another? Nobody's coming on.
Yeah, sure.
You want to just add another paragraph? Okay, we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna read one more paragraph for the rest of the time, since ain't nobody come on. We're gonna read one more paragraph. Let's go. Let's get it. Okay.
All right, I
You said
gotta put
James.
this back.
Yeah. Ain't nobody coming on. We might as well not waste time. Read one more paragraph in this.
Come on, where's the window? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm over here messing around with boxes and shit. I messed up the whole time. All right. Book. Oh, I closed the book down by accident. Oopsie.
Nah, I know you meant to close because you thought someone was gonna come on, but ain't nobody coming on.
Yeah. What page were we on? What was that? 87? What page did we just leave off on? 77? Oh, there we go. All right. And, all right. So, book.
We left at the Diamond Sutra. Yeah, but it's not showing up though.
Come on, where are we at?
The Diamond Sutra, page 55. Okay, on the bottom of the page it will say 55. It's okay. It's really page 82, but it's 55 on the paper though. I mean, I'm sorry, 57 on the paper. I'm sorry, 57 on the paper.
Yeah, but I'm like, where is my book window at, though? Uh, why is it not showing up on the screen anymore? Did something to it.
All right, don't worry about it. Then you want to read something else? Damn, can I
Oh,
verify?
there we go. Okay.
You got it, but it's not showing up to me though. I don't see it though. I don't see the you gotta share the screen or you gotta say you gotta present how you did before.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. Okay. On the meets, go to present, go to a tab, go, no, that's not a tab. Go to window. There we go. Go to this one. There we
Okay, there we go. Present it.
go.
There we go.
Jeez.
Make it big. Make it big again.
All right.
Make the text bigger. Yeah, make the text bigger. Really big. Okay. Now center. There we go. So, okay, so let's read this paragraph since we got a little bit more time.
Okay. So the Diamond Sutra contains a pith of this teaching, expressing the imperative of the divorce in question in simple but powerful imagery. These images are aimed at inducing a state of mind and being which is referred to simply in terms of two imperatives: detachment from appearances, abiding in real truth. To be detached from what appears as practically tantamount to realization of what never disappears and which eternally transcends the realm of appearances, called real truth.
I kind of see what he's saying, but at the same time, I still this false dichotomy, just almost like the small big Dharma, little Dharma thing. Is similar to that type of thing. I see what he's saying, but it's like, is that really the truth, and that's the false truth? Like, with two different, it's almost like, it's almost like,
Someone wants to join this call. John Paul.
oh, he wants to join.
Who's that?
Who's that?
Who's that? Who's that?
So,
Hey, John, is it John Paul?
Host?
hmm?
Is that
Is Johnny
Johnny?
John?
Johnny John.
Oh,
Hey,
hi,
Johnny,
Johnny John.
Johnny John.
Johnny John. Did my stuff change? Like, did my name pop up?
It's
Like my
Johnny.
real name?
I think so, but I think
John
I'm
Paul.
not streaming the. Yeah, don't say it.
Oh,
Yeah. All right. Good.
Yeah,
Never mind.
yeah. But luckily, the meat page is not streaming. So in
Okay.
your
Cool.
Google settings, you have to fix that on your account. So I'll keep that hidden. Let me see.
Yeah, it's all good. Whatever. It's
I
no
off.
worries.
There we
It's
go.
still not.
your whole name,
Yeah.
not the whole government. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. I've got to watch out. There's people after me.
Yeah, no,
Just
I
kidding.
don't. Yeah, no, it's not good to put your last name out there. So that was good. Okay, cool. So, yeah, what are you thinking, man?
Well, nothing. I was popping in and out because I was studying. So I'd
Mm,
be listening for 10 minutes and then I'd come back half an hour later, kind of thing. So I was just catching here and there. And yeah, the Diamond Sutra stuff is pretty cool. Kind of hard to understand, though, wrap your head around this kind of stuff. It's so paradoxical, it seems like.
yeah, the Diamond Sutra is tough. Like to be honest, like I don't know. I never really got into the Mahayana Sutras. Like I said, like they did some chantings like of some, but there's like a lot of Prajnaparamita, so I don't know exactly which part, but like about Shariputra at the one temple that I used to go to. But yeah, they said that the method, like that the Mahayana Sutras were delivered by like Nagas that live under the ocean.
Right.
Yeah, so uh
Yeah, I think that's where the name Nagarjuna comes from the
yeah,
Nagas, from
yeah.
the snakes that were. I think even when the Buddha on his when he awoke, a snake wrapped himself around him to protect him from the elements or whatever for like
Yes, that's
seven
like the
days or something like that. I think
Thursday pose of Thailand with this, where he's sitting with like a snake head over him,
right.
or like three snakes or sometime. Yeah, I think it's Thursday. I don't know. I used to know them all, but I can't remember them now.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of connection to the Nagas, and it's not just in uh, Buddhism. I think it's also in Jainism and Hinduism. There's like connections to these Nagas.
So,
Just
what are
not.
Yeah,
Nagas? Are Nagas mythical creatures or what? What are Nagas exactly?
they're like snake gods, but I've heard them being used in different ways, like ancient tribes of
Yeah,
people
cause
in the
like,
Hindu
yeah,
Kush
like in
Valley.
Cambodia, right? Like in
Yeah,
Cambodia
well,
and
there's like
India
Naga
too.
people and
Okay, Naga
Naga
people.
mythical. So yeah, so Naga, Sanskrit, in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, member of a class of mythical, semi-divine beings, half human and half cobra. Oh,
Yeah, and I think Nagarjuna said that the Nagas were, I think they were protecting the teachings until it was time for him to come around and explain the Mahayana or the Madhyamaka.
mm,
Um, like I was saying before, remember, like the Buddha originally said only the self is empty, but then Nagarjuna came around and was like, whoa, actually, everything is empty. So that's his position. That's the Mahayana position that all dharmas are lacking inherent existence. I think it's all dharmas, but Yeah. So the Buddha, the self is empty, but then Nagarjuna says, no, everything is empty. And actually, he's trying to say that the Buddha was holding back these teachings until people were ready to understand it or they were ready to accept it. So, but I took a class with a philosophies of India class, and the prof was saying that in the Theravadins, they say that the Buddha doesn't hold back any teachings. Like
Mm.
he's like an open hand or something like that, if I remember correctly. So maybe I can even find it. But so that kind of they were saying that maybe there were like additions to the Pali Canon to try and counteract these Mahayana teachings, these secret
Yeah,
teachings.
yeah,
Also,
yeah.
and they're like, oh, wait. Actually, the Buddha was saying that he doesn't hold back his teachings. So it's like this dynamic between these new teachings that were kind of coming up. So open fist,
But
I think, or
some
some
of them,
shit.
like, you could do the lineage back, like, and I forgot how it works, but like it's kind of like a chain of narration, but yeah, it's not as detailed. But some of them definitely do have lineages. Like, let me
Oh
see,
yeah. I mean, it's so
they're
complex. I mean, like in
proposed.
just in
Yeah,
like Tibetan Buddhism, it like branches into so many different schools and lineages and Drugpas and Galuptas and it's just like
yeah,
I don't even
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
So
So see, like,
is that's yeah, like those are probably just teachers or what who are those? Yeah, lineages. There
why
you
is
go.
it not like giving me a weird like zoom? How come I can't just zoom slowly? Like,
The Yogacara. Yeah,
yeah,
those
method
guys.
lineage, like that was Dhammakirti, Vasubandhu,
Yeah, they were
Dignaga.
brothers, I
These were
believe.
the guys like I was trying to look up. They were students of Vasubandhu, and then there's like yeah. So see, there's like a Yogacara school, Kadampa order. That was
Kadampa.
because
Here, I'll see if I can find it. They were like
there's
saying the
like
Dalai Lama was oppressing them, not allowing them to venerate this Tibetan deity called Dorje Shugden, something
mm,
along those lines. It's yeah, it was like in the news a while back. But see, that's the thing. Tibetan Buddhism. You guys were talking earlier about Bon, which was pretty cool. Yeah, I totally uh, borrowed from Bon and Hinduism or from Indian. I remember the same prof was telling me that the Tibetans held a council. I don't know in what century, but it was like in the Middle Ages, and they had the council and they decided on either adopting Buddhism from China or Buddhism from India, and they decided on Buddhism from India, and so that's why you see all this
mm.
influence from India, all the iconography and all the gods and the pantheon there. It's that's apparently part of the reason why Tibetans are so similar to the Hindu iconography and the
Yeah, yeah.
statues and stuff like that.
And that's what what's name was telling me, and that's kind of what Anna was trying to teach me. He was trying to teach me that the Tibetan Buddhism, they look at themselves as Sanatana Dharma. He said the Dalai Lama even says that Buddhism is part of Sanatana Dharma. Now, of course, he's coming from maybe a Tibetan perspective that might be that's highly syncretical, and that's what I was trying
Yeah,
to get early in the lecture that I could see how it could be seen as very syncretical,
yeah,
even with earlier religions like Bon, even with Bon.
yeah. Well, Bon was I don't know much about Bon, but it definitely I think they incorporated their some spirits into their
Mm-hmm.
devas. I'm not. I don't know too much about that though. I should probably read more about that, but I don't.
That's where all the like Thangkas, like they, like you see a lot of. Oh, okay. Look, there's the what's the name swastika or
Yeah, Bon.
Also, okay, so but they
I
did a
think,
lot of those, like, yeah, see, even the colors are the same.
yeah,
Um,
if I remember correctly, it was Padmasambhava who
mm,
he was one of the first ones to bring Tibetan Buddhism to Tibet, who um, who convinced some devas or these wrathful spirits to become defenders of the Dharma. I could be totally wrong, but I think I remember hearing something about that. And then, yeah, they weren't too accepting of Buddhism at first, but it took a while, and then they eventually accepted. See, I'll see if I can find something.
So, hey, like the jinn accept the jinn accepted Buddhism. Now, because even in Islam, there's jinn who are Muslim. Not all jinn are bad. Jinn are good, both good and bad. You know what I'm saying? There's jinn
Yeah,
who are Muslim. There's jinn who are satanic. There's jinns who are with Satan and jinns who are with the Muslim. So it could be like a jinn. It sound like jinn to me. They sound like jinn.
mm,
yeah. I mean, it's possible. I mean, you get that same kind of stuff. I think across a lot of different religions. Even in Christianity, you get like demons and stuff. I was reading a book on a while back about the demons. I'm like, man, this sounds something like that would be very similar to like evil, wrathful, maybe. Well, no, wrathful deities in Buddhism aren't necessarily. They're actually compassionate. They're not considered evil, but the
yeah,
idea that there's beings out there that are like that have that are malevolent, you know what I mean? They have these ill intent, and then I mean, I think it's probably possible. Like that kind of. I think there's consciousness that's disembodied consciousness. You know, like why not? There's probably other dimensions that we're not aware of. I mean, why not? It's probably possible. How does that one saying in Shakespeare? It's like he says, "There's more to heaven and hell than your." Oh, sorry, bro. More to heaven and hell. Let me see if I can remember. I want to get the quote right. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than they're dreamt of in your philosophy. That's what it makes me think of. So,
mhm. Okay, Anand says, um, Johnny John, can you share your thoughts on the 31 heavens? It is believed that the Nagas taught the Diamond Sutra. Nagas are deeply connected to all of Eastern philosophy. Egypt and Samaria, Native Americans, yep, are also in Chinese too. Yep. Patanjali, father of yoga, is supposed to have been a Naga. I agree that Buddha was very transparent, shared a lot. That was one way he was unique in his life. Others guarded the Dhamma more carefully to make sure that people of bad character didn't misuse them. Tibetan Buddhism has 8 Samprayadas. Yeah, I think that's what that was going back to the lineage thing. But the bone poles say they are 20,000 years old. Bone pole monks? Many of my friends are bone pole. Wow, okay. Padmasambhava is the origin of
no, I said he
Dormine.
was one of the first. I don't think he was the first, but he was pretty early on.
Well, let's see, where's that picture? Yeah, see, it was like, you could see up here, it says like, so here's like the historical Buddha, and then there's like Adharma Buddha, so that's like the Buddhahood, and then more Tibetan and Tantric believes that there's 3 at the top, right? And then Vajrasattva, there's Amitabha. Okay, so these are the 6 directions. 6, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Okay, so
Yeah, there's Vajrayana,
Maitreya,
Vajrapani,
yeah,
Amitabha,
Manjushri.
Maitreya, Manjushri. Yeah,
And then the green ones I think are, oh, that's in, okay. So that's where they cross to, Yeah, see, it's tough. Like, what?
Yeah, it just gets so
Okay,
confusing.
look at oh, look at this. There's all the Chinese ones too. Oh my god.
Yeah. There's Marpa and Milarepa. Aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they're part of the Karma Kagi school or lineage. Yeah.
So
So
weird.
it's really
Yeah, Marpa Kagyu.
complex.
Yeah, Malaripa. It's like
Longchenpa, yeah. Shantideva. He
see
wrote
this.
the Way of the Bodhisattva, I believe. That's a beautiful book.
Yeah. I don't know why pure. Okay, so Pure Land. Why is that not connected to Amitabha?
Isn't that more like
Guan Yin, probably. Yeah, because Pure Land is all about being literally reborn in Amitabha's pure Western Pure Land.
yeah, I don't think it's not about the emphasis isn't on like practicing meditation. It's just trying to get reborn. If you just say his name or something like that, that's good
Yeah,
enough.
that's why
Or if you
you
pray.
recite like Amitabha,
Yeah,
or in
that doesn't
Vietnamese.
really do it for me, that kind of that way of thinking for some
Yeah,
reason.
it's like Adi Dat Fat in Vietnamese, and then
Yeah,
Ami
no, it
Tofu
becomes
in
too
Chinese,
devotional.
and yeah, it's wild, man. Like it's
Yeah, but they create these realms and yeah, it's basically magical realms.
that's what I'm saying. Like, did the Buddha ever teach about this? You know, and this is where it's like, I don't know, where I think Theravada just kind of
It's simpler in
resides
my opinion. I
more.
mean,
It's a lot simpler, and it does,
it's more direct in that regard,
and,
I think.
and
It's
maybe in
just
that
like
case, it's
bare bones.
easier. Yeah, like for Westerners to, because maybe we're not like familiar with all the cultural additions and kind of
Well,
adaptations and stuff, and Theravada really kind of leaves all that out, you know?
you know, I was at a monastery once in San Diego, Theravada monastery, and I was talking to the monks, and I was talking about how my teacher's teacher was he originally was a he started off as a Theravadan monk, but then he got recognized by the Tibetans, and so he kind
Mm.
of jumped ship in a way, I guess you could
Mm-hmm.
say, and he became a, the first Westerner ever recognized by the Tibetans.
Mm.
And so that's kind of a big thing
Mm-hmm.
outside of the Tibetan lineage. All of a sudden, there's a Westerner who's being recognized as a, you know, an enlightened master. But so when I was talking to the monk about that, he's like, "See, it seemed like they felt that the Tibetans think of themselves as being almost better. There's like it seemed like he's like they think they're
Hmm.
better than us. It's like I don't know. I I don't. I try not to think of it in those terms, but I think there might be some of that going on in the feeling that the Tibetan Buddhism might be better than Theravadan Buddhism. I don't see that at all, but
Well, I think that every tradition probably has its own biases. And, you know, I don't think that people are completely devoid of all bias. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's, you could look at it and be like, you know, are there even supposed to be like labels of schools? You know what I'm saying? Like, is there even supposed to
yeah,
like I am a Theravadan, you know, like I am a Mahayana. It's like kind of going against what he taught. So
yeah, I can see that it's
y-
just like a source of identification, right? And
yeah, it's
whenever
like
there's like the I
unnecessary.
there, it just kind of yeah, no, I totally see that. it's
So it's
just
like
kind of,
all these are just really like distractions and labels that are not going to get anywhere closer to enlightenment.
yeah. I mean, if you get caught up in that, totally, it
Mm,
totally becomes a
hmm.
fetter.
Yeah.
But I mean, like the Tibetans, they do yoga practice. It's called yantra yoga, and
Yeah.
they have all sorts of like yogic breathing. It's pretty much it's so heavily influenced by yoga, the practice of yoga. It's
Yeah, I know that's and that's what Anna keeps telling me. That's because like
Mm.
because Anna and Dada, this other guy named Dada, they're hard pressed to convince me that Buddhism is Sanatana Dharma. They're hard pressed. They are they they're making a strong argument though. They're making
you know,
strong,
I had
and that's what they're citing. They're citing Tibetan Buddhism a lot. That's what they're citing, and it makes sense because they're always citing Tibetan Buddhism how it's so Indian, but even in our conversation, we're demonstrating that it really is very Indian Tibetan Buddhism. It's a
yeah,
very
no,
very
it's really heavily influenced by Hinduism, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
they even their mantras, Om Mani Padme Hum, they start off with Om
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them have Om. And yeah, the Theravadins are not. I remember one time I was hanging out with the Venerable Yuda Damo. Am I being too loud?
No, no, no. Oh,
okay. So
I'm
where's
talking to my brother.
Theravada based though? It's mostly Myanmar, and where else? Where's Theravada strongholds in current day?
Sri Lanka is a big place.
yeah. Um,
Thailand.
There's
Myanmar.
Theravada in
Yeah,
Myanmar
they're
because I'm trying.
called South Asian. Sorry if I talked a little quiet. I'm waking up my brother.
Yeah,
That's
so
okay.
Southeast Asian, the South Asian, Southeast
Yeah.
Asian. Because no, only reason is because I'm trying to see how is the culture and politics into play. Because right now they have the whole issue with Tibet and China and India. I'm trying to see if there's a uh, if there's a culture. Okay, because in India, right? Okay, India is the birthplace of Buddhism, right? But what are most Indians? What form of Buddhism is popular in India, especially northern India, if there is?
Well,
It would
India
be
one time was
Tibetan.
entirely Buddhist. It used to be entirely Buddhist. All of India
But
and
Was it
you
entirely
know what
Buddhist or
though?
was it ruled by a Buddhist empire?
yeah, it was. It
It's
was
two
his
different
name was
things.
Ashoka.
Ashoka,
Yeah,
yeah.
Ashoka, right? Was all his constituents Buddhist, or was I know Ashoka was a Buddhist, right? I know about that, right? I'm fully aware of Ashoka and the Mauryan Empire and all them that were Buddhist, right? Does that mean the population was all Buddhist Dharma?
For the
I don't
most part,
think.
I
Because
think the big chunk, but it
how
wasn't
can
I
only
think they were
Buddhist.
so?
mostly Hindus. They were mostly
Yeah, yeah,
Hindus.
yeah, yeah. I can't believe they were
Um,
mostly Buddhist. I
yeah,
hear what
no,
you're
they weren't
saying.
mostly, but I think they were
It's
mostly
almost
Hindus.
like
But there's a good amount, and there's still a good amount there. The
yeah, I believe that, but it's hard for me to
Navayana
say that. It's
a
hard for
whole
me. Okay,
section of Buddhism in India. Um, that the Dalits.
are they Theravada? Are they
Yeah,
Theravada?
no, no, no. I thought you
They're
just meant
Mahayana?
Buddhist in India. Oh, just no.
No, no.
They're
I'm
a
saying
whole
okay.
new. They built a
What's
whole
the
new thing.
no? What I'm trying to so they're not Theravada or Mahayana or Vajrayana. They're a whole different type of Buddhist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, because I'm saying no. The reason I'm trying to figure out because see in China they're all what Mahayana, right? Mostly, right? 'Cause
Chan, Zen,
and those are
um,
forms of Mahayana, right? Those are forms of Mahayana, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I think basically,
there's
yeah,
Okay, and Vajrayana is like another form of is like different, but it's sort of like it's like sort of like Mahayana in a way.
yeah, yeah. It's based off of Mahayana teachings.
So I want to know who in northern India what are they mostly? They're Mahayana in northern India currently, or the Theravada in
Yeah,
northern
no,
India?
in the north
I
they're
think
mostly Mahayana, Vajrayana.
In
Vajrayana is
northern
like
India, right?
tantric, huh?
In India, right? Northern India, right?
yeah, it's
Yeah, and
right
like
on the thing of
Nepal and
Tibet. Yeah, the
Okay, yeah, okay,
line.
no, because I just want to see where the cultures are meshing and where they're separating. Because so that means okay, so down there the Theravada is all the way in Sri Lanka and in Myanmar and in Thailand, but then in northern India is all my okay. I'm getting. I just want to map it out in my mind. That's why I want to
Hmm.
map out. I want to map out the Buddhist landscape in my mind. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah, no, that's but there's no like they don't hate each other like the different
Nah,
schools. Like they
I'm
totally
not.
get along.
I'm not
Hmm.
even insinuating that. I just want to see. I just want to see how they map.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know what
But
I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, like Theravada would be more southern Asia, and then Mahayana would be like more Eastern China, Korea, etc. Zen would be like more Japan, and then north would be Vajrayana, so like into Tibet, and going east, I don't know, in Afghanistan and what type they had. I would imagine some mix of something with Jains or Zoroastrians or something. I
Because
don't.
because
I imagine it mixed
I
probably
know
with
Mongolia is
something over
also
there.
Vajrayana too, right? Mongolia, right? Mongolia they do Vajrayana, right?
I don't
That's the
even
funny thing about
know.
it. Mongolia does Vajrayana, but they're all the way across from China. So they already said, but they're doing Vajrayana all the way up there in Tibet,
Yeah,
not Tibet, and I mean
yeah.
not Tibet in Mongolia.
In Mongolia,
And
yeah.
so that's crazy because they got the same type as Tibetan do, and they're all the way up there.
So see,
Well,
it says religion in Mongolia has been traditionally dominated by schools of Mongolian Buddhism and by Mongolian shamanism and ethnic religion of the Mongols. Originally, through their Mongol Empire, Mongols were exposed to a wait, where was the part on Buddhism? 51% in 2020. Wow, Mongolia is still 50% Buddhist?
I think
That's
the
pretty cool.
Vajrayana too. I think the type. Okay, see
Oh,
what type of Buddhism Mongolian Buddhism
okay.
is.
Main
I think I think
religions.
I think that type of Vajrayana.
Buddhism began with the Yuan dynasty 1271 1368 emperor's conversion to Tibetan Buddhism. There you go.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
but I
have
told you
guessed
they're
that.
Vajrayana. They're
Yeah,
Vajrayana up there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Well, anyway, we already gone past the time. So
Oh
thank
man.
thank thank
Yeah.
thanks for coming on, Johnny John.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks for
cool.
coming through, man.
All right, talk to you guys later. Have a good
All
night.
right, have a good night.
He's
Peace.
like, he's okay. So
Another great
um
show as always. Big up, big
yep,
up.
yep. Thanks everybody for coming out. Okay, so we're gonna stop at the diamond. We're gonna start back up at the Diamond Sutra part, right? So
Yep,
highlight the Diamond Sutra. Highlight the because I know we started reading it, but we'll start in that paragraph. Even though we read the first sentence, we'll start back on that paragraph. The Diamond Sutra, right?
yep, I got it. Yep,
Yeah. So highlight that, and then everybody, thanks for coming out. We will see you Tuesday, right? We'll come back on Tuesday. We'll do the
yep.
same thing.
Tuesday night, 9:30.
9:30. 9:30. Yep.
Yeah, I will create a broadcast momentarily when I get off of here. Yeah.
Yep. Get the notification on. There we go.
Jonathan Parker, is that your boy? Is that who is the? Oh, who
Oh,
is
he's on.
he?
Is it Jonathan Parker? Who's Jonathan? I don't know Jonathan Parker. Who's
Who's
Jonathan
that?
Parker?
Oh wait, I missed so many comments. I'm so sorry. Let me go through. Sorry.
Okay,
Purpose
let's
of
get a comment.
recitation is to lose oneself beyond thought. Yet that's worth chanting. Would you say that there's no point to being a Buddhist? Instead, say that I'm part of the multiverse and trying to transcend. Yeah, something like that, where there's the um like a labelless way, like you're a follower of the path. Like I'm a follower of the Buddha's path right now. So maybe as you progress, there isn't any common ground. Okay, I was a Buddhist for 16 years. Sri Lanka was the creation of the Pali Canon. Yes, India or Nepal, Buddhism popular in India only after the time of Ashoka, but now basically only Tibetan refugees. Yeah, did you know Afghanistan was Buddhist for 1,000 years? Yes, yes, it was indeed. It was some of the first universities in history are destroyed in places like Pakistan, Afghanistan. Nalanda University was famous. Taxila was another famous one. I think that was in Afghanistan. And yeah, there was great teachers that came out of there. And there were enormous centers of higher learning in the area from I don't know. Nalanda was what BC 700 BCE, something like that. So there was amazing universities, and the history is so deep over there. Similar to so yeah, many hostilities between Mahayana and Hinayana. China's five are major Sampradayanas. Ding, I missed a lot of these. No, they were the text of the Hinayana in Afghanistan. Say so Hinayana was what, Afghanistan then? Canary and Judah. Oh. Next time, learn more about Buddhism. Okay, will do, Jonathan Parker. Big up. You know what? Just for you, I'm going to drop the link to the Discord so you could come teach me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
That
Jonathan
would be
Parker.
great.
I don't know who he is. Okay, okay, drop the link. Okay.
I
Yeah,
have no idea. Might be a troll, but who
yeah,
knows?
yeah. Why'd you
You
drop the?
never
Yeah,
know.
I don't know who he is. That's your
You never
Discord. I don't know.
know.
If you want to give
I
everybody
could
your
kick him, or I
Discord.
could kick right out. Like it's not no
Okay,
thing. Like he
okay then.
can come in, I could kick him
Next
right,
time, learn more about
kick him
Buddhism.
out as fast as he came.
Mm. Hey, Dr. Megala said, Mr. Pelu, are you the incarnation of the Hindu sage the Dayanada
Stupid.
Sarawati? No, I don't know who he is. No, I'm not incarnation of nobody. I'm incarnation of
He might
myself,
be.
man.
He might be. There you go. He just
Okay,
might
Jonathan
be.
Parker. Hey, Jonathan Parker, there goes the Discord. Go talk to us on Discord. Teach us about
Yeah,
Buddhism.
not tonight though. You could type in the chat. I'm going to sleep. But but yeah, big up everyone that came through. This is Discord
Okay,
if
I
you
think
want to
some of the
join.
jinn and Islam are Nagas. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. That's what
Oh,
Anan said. He thinks one. Anan said I think some of the jinns in Islam are Nagas.
yeah, it might
Yeah.
be.
Let me make sure we get everything
But
before we go.
there's Nagas in a lot of traditions.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty much everything we need for today. I'll go back and look at the notes. Whatever I missed today, we'll answer next time.
Yeah, of
Okay.
course. So yeah, Tuesday night, 9:30, we'll be here. Thank you to
9:30 will be good.
everyone that come through. Like, share, subscribe. We're trying to do some nice, ethical, humanitarian discourse, and furthering um, theological
One piece.
discussions through
Yep.
common ground. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we did it. We did it. This is a saga. We made a whole saga. This is good. It's good. We made a saga. We made a whole
Yep.
giant.
Yep.
Okay, everybody.
All
Thanks for
right, guys.
everybody.
Have a good night. Yeah. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right.